Yeah, no sweat. Let's pop back there. Give me a good opportunity to
Sorry, folks, if you can hear us and see
eat a
us
snack.
now, we're fixing a technical difficulty. Uh,
Okay,
the
see it up
stream
on
crashed pretty hard.
I was say
see it up on
yeah,
YouTube.
at least for now.
Mm-hmm.
And then Twitch, it does look like it's now live again.
All right, yeah, it should be on
working on it.
both. Yeah, we're getting there.
I think
Gotta
it's
love-
screen's still dark, but
Is it dark?
it's all black on my end. I don't see anything on Twitch. I see Autumn's end on YouTube, but Twitch seems like there's nothing on the screen.
I
It's
refreshed.
offline now. Maybe
I
need to
refreshed and
refresh it.
we're good on Twitch.
Okay.
Are we?
We are good on Twitch, although I don't see
Okay, perfect.
my.
Yeah, you're not up yet. I'm
Mark.
still fixing it. It
Okay,
deleted one of my
gotcha.
entire camera spaces, so I'm
Cool.
trying to fix it as we speak.
Technology.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, good times.
sometimes.
Okay.
We get Brandon.
Are we back?
Not quite, almost though. I mean, we are online. I'm just gotta get Brandon's camera so we can continue. If you want to give a little recap for the missed folks.
Yeah. All right. So what we had gone over is Brandon Magnus had called his contact Carson with Human Solutions. Magnus, what can I do for you?
Hello, Mr. Gerst. I am looking into a Luddite colony in the rural northeast. They are around some old Tharson Technologies equipment and some remains of a facility. I am wanting to look into this.
Arson Technologies. Been a long time since I've heard that name. You said rural northeast, yeah?
Yes. I have to go to
Let
this
me-
area and I don't want any surprises.
Yeah, let me do some poking around and see what their business endeavors sort of looked like in that area. Probably likely some branch during the acquisition wars. I do recall. Wouldn't have been Tharson proper. That was too long ago. I'll take a
I know
look
they
and
are
get back
Luddite.
to you.
I want to make sure they are not abusing any of the remains of the technology, however. So,
Hard to say. I would be surprised. Luddites won't touch anything post Omnicorp, but who knows? Yeah, let me ask a couple of people. I think there's a couple individuals here at Human Solutions who have a good knowledge of Tharson and its branches.
thank you.
How much influence do you want to throw at that, Brandon?
So I have 3 to start, correct?
Yep, everybody has 3.
Yep. I am going to. I'll tell you what. I'll use 2 on this.
Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead and give me a roll.
Stop to read. So
And make sure
That
you
is-
put.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, make sure you put 2 experience for him.
Yes.
For Carson.
That is 10.
10. Nice. Very good.
Not bad.
Yeah. For a first roll. Who would like to reach out to contacts next?
Oh, I would mention the derelict throne to everyone, by the way. I would say I do not know much about the derelict throne, but however, if any of you can speak to someone, they may have information on the Luddites for us.
Oh! Well, lucky us. Lucky us. I just happen to know someone. That's the good thing about being around for so long. You make some good friends. There's somebody that I could reach out to.
It does not
Friend of
surprise
mine.
me that you know someone in the derelict throne.
Well, right. Well, you mean you need to know ups and downs. I mean, history is important, and who better to preserve it than those who live in it, around it, Pandora does a spectacular job. Perhaps I'll be reaching out to her soon too, but I've got a lunch date set very soon here. But I'll give Pandora, I'll see if I can get a hold of her somehow. A phone call, perhaps, and set something up for her and I to chat. I think that'd be very good. Thank you. That's a spectacular idea. With that, I suppose we can go into both of mine. I'm reaching out to two people.
Which first?
You know, why don't we do Relic probably would, if we don't have a time thing on it, Relic probably would have scheduled lunch for a little bit later. He's a kick the can down the road kind of guy. But he definitely reach out to Pandora, given the the idea here that someone in the derelict throne might have some more info on the Luddites.
All right. So he goes ahead and contacts Pandora.
Yes.
Relic, what can I do?
Oh, hello. Hi. So, hello.
Yes, Relic, I can hear you.
Hi. Okay. Yes. Sorry. Hi. Pandora, how have you been doing? How are things going for you? It's been a little bit since we've talked. I want to make sure you're doing okay.
Yeah, they're good. Lots of old things coming in, lots of secret things we're collecting, and the explosions in the news you've seen.
Yes, I've heard. I hope you're keeping yourself safe, though. I don't want you getting anything too dangerous.
Of course not, Relic. Of course not. But it's very lucrative. Many things went missing, many things go missing, and we know where to find missing things.
Your specialty for sure. I'm actually calling about something that I'd be interested if you knew about. I'm currently working on a job that has to do with a Luddite colony. I know very little about them, but I thought perhaps you may. I was told by a new friend of mine.
Yes, the Derelict Throne works closely with many Luddites. Nobody else will, but Derelict Throne does. Yes, we do.
We are currently trying to find a group of Luddites. They are following the Humphreyan faith. I believe they hold up somewhere in the northeast in the Northern Union. Any chance you know of whom I speak?
Influence.
Yes, I will throw 2 at that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. That's 8.
8, okay. Yes, we know the ones, Ledland, yes. This is the place.
Yes,
They're difficult. The Humphreyians. Their faith, they do not like us. We are evil in their eyes. I don't know quite all of it, but they do not like us. They think possession. We are vehicles, the EMS vehicle for evil spirits to take you over. And Omnicore, having no soul, was this is the teachings of Humphrey. Humphrey Cleats.
Did you know that there actually used to be a superstition that should one take your photograph, it would steal your soul? I wonder if there is a philosophical link between these two ideologies. That is just an interesting bit of history for you.
Perhaps I should go see. We just got a camera, an old one.
Oh!
Polaroid
Perhaps.
or some such thing. Perhaps it will take my soul. Yes, should we see?
I tell you what, you let me know. If it does, you take good notes and tell me about your experience. I would love to hear it. is there anything you know about, have you been to this compound at all, or any of your associates? We're trying to get a bit of a lay of the land, and that's proving a little difficult, obviously. It's a little hard to find information.
Yes, I don't know Ludland, but I know of some within. I will go ask them and get back to you. I know that it is more like a old military location. Turned into settlements, nuclear, all of it's waste.
That would make sense. From what I understand, the acquisition wars obviously took place around that area, and interesting. That would make sense that they were living in a military. Oh, I'll tell you what, Pandora. If you could see what your friends know, that I would really appreciate it. That would be a great help to me.
Certainly, I will get back to you. It may take a little bit of time. You're in no rush.
Oh, take your time. As long as you can. I imagine we've got if you could get it to me in a week or so, that would really be spectacular.
Yes, of course. And, Relic, if there is anything extra there when you are there, whatever you need to, keep the derelict throne in mind, yes?
I tell you what, I'll keep an eye out. Anything that piques my interest probably piques yours, so I will see what I can find, all right?
Excellent, Relic. Take care. Be safe.
Yes,
Don't
you too.
Don't
All right, is
eat
it
the
off?
food too much.
All right.
Yes, it's
Is it-
goodbye.
All right, bye.
And it goes off. All right. Why don't we? Is there anybody else who wants to do a call before we jump to lunch? With Forsyth.
I can go ahead and call my sister.
Okay. Perfect. Let me just refresh real quick on your sister. Can you remind me, Jamie, the expertise areas of your sister?
She's a net diver.
Oh, she's a net diver. Okay, great.
She's a net diver.
Perfect. And then did we come up with 3 expertise areas for her?
We did not.
We did not. Okay. So is she like a corporate net diver? Is she kind of an under? Oh, she helped keep you safe, right?
Yeah,
From a
she
di-
helped keep Lyra secret.
Okay,
Like information gathering, hiding information, obfuscating
Perfect.
information.
Awesome. Okay.
So she'll call Nova.
Okay. Lyra, it's been a little bit. How are you?
Good. Magnus and I have been very busy. Do you have a little time? I just got a job. I need some help.
Of course. You're not in any trouble. Magnus is
No,
behaving
no,
himself.
none at all. It's for the house. I'm heading into, and I know this will seem strange that I'm calling you for this. It's a Luddite community in the Ludlands. We heard a rumor that an old corporate military unit from Tharson Technologies settled with them at some point in the past. I know they're a way back, but can you find any information about what kind of tactics and equipment they may have used? If you can find any information, any rumors about when they settled there and why?
Yeah, I can do some digging. Tharson's a bit of a ghost as far as information on Omni,
Yeah,
and
but if anybody can find it, it's you.
I'll do my best. How many influence dice would you like to throw at this?
We'll throw 2 at this one, and that means I
Okay.
roll 2 d6s, right?
Correct. Yep.
That's an 8.
Perfect. Okay, let me do some digging. I think I may know where to start. I'll get back to
You're
you
the
soon.
best. Best big sister ever.
Take care.
Magnus doesn't send his love, but I'm telling you he does anyway.
I figured as much. Make sure he behaves himself. And you
Never.
tell me if he doesn't.
Always.
Alright. And she hangs up. Riken and Bucky, is there anybody you two would like to reach out to?
I'm gonna reach out to Ragnar for some smuggling fun.
And remind me who Ragnar's with?
He's not with anyone.
Or he's independent?
Yeah, he previously was with not with. He was in debt to Arvin Nordica.
Yes, okay. What's his expertise areas?
Smuggling, criminal activity, illegal cybernetics, and Arvin Nordica.
Okay, cool.
Um,
Go ahead and call.
okay. We calling.
Bucky!
Yo.
How's my little eco-terrorist doing? Blow anything up lately?
No, but I just got
You
a House of
gotta
Idol.
blow something up!
I just got a House of Eidolons contract. With Autumn's End. So
Hey, big leagues!
truly.
Hey, don't fuck it up!
That's
And
actually why I'm
Autumn's
calling.
End, you're the picture of Autumn's End.
I kind of smell like fertilizer right now. Wasn't actually prepared for this. I'm not sure if I want to explain that, like, we're thinking about fertilizer bombs, but I'm working here. We're getting somewhere. And actually that's why I called you. I called you, friend. I called you because you're gonna help me. I think.
It depends what the job is, Bucky. I mean, of course, I'll do what I can do, but,
So
I got my limits as well.
I get that. My first mission is going to be in an area called the Leadlands. And apparently there's a crap ton of like religious relics, specifically a book of Humphrey. Anyway, I was wondering, in your great adventures of being the greatest smuggler to ever live, because you are the greatest smuggler to ever live, and I'm not saying that.
100%.
I'm not saying that to maybe hope that, you don't see through my appeasal process. Do you know anything about anyone smuggling in that area, or the Luddites themselves? Is there smuggling that you've heard of? Is there things that come out of there? Is there things that go in there?
All right, go ahead, and how many influence are you spending?
I'll spend 2. 8.
8 all around. Yeah, we use oftentimes Luddite roads and things like that when smuggling. Not as much surveillance around the areas. A lot of fallout there, I'm sure you're aware.
I mean, I know that it's like a radioactive area.
Yeah. As far as smuggling, I mean, the Luddites around that area, they don't associate. At most, I mean, maybe Derelict Throne. But there are some, I don't know what to call them. Real old military folk. Pretty sure they're not Luddite. Pretty sure they're EMS. But they're real weird. They don't... I don't know. How do I explain it?
They're weird?
Yeah, so they got rid of all their cybernetics and replaced them with gas driven machinery.
Okay.
I mean, they're
that-
weird. I don't know what they're all about, but
I mean, are they
strange to
trying
talk to too.
They're trying to live in an age that's past at this point. Okay.
I hear you, but they cohabitate with the Luddites up there. Come across them a couple of times. Not the friendliest folks.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you know anything else, just hit me up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll ask around a little bit. See if anything else pops up.
All right. Good on you. Thank you.
You find any good routes, you let me know, huh?
Okay. Of course.
Or find anything good too. I can move stuff. So
I mean, you can move stuff, but I feel like maybe that's a conversation for another time because I don't actually think that stealing on my first mission. I'm not saying I wouldn't, but you'd have to kind of like.
it's got to
Is
be
there-
from a corporation. I know your MO. Don't worry.
Is there some? Yeah, like I don't want to
Just
like.
keep your eyes open, kid. All right.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Bye.
Click.
During her conversation, and I can't hear any of this, but I'm just sitting next to her and just calm. And every time she'd get to those certain high points in the conversation, I could feel the tense. Like I could feel her kind of tense up and relax just next to me.
What's with her hands?
Yeah.
Weird.
Riken, are you reaching out to anybody?
Yeah, I'll be reaching out to Stone.
I'll
send you the-
Remind
send you
me
the thing.
Stone?
It's the arms dealer.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I copied it just for this purpose. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. What are you? Well, yeah. Go ahead and call.
I'm calling Elias.
Yes, Riken. How are you doing, my friend?
Stone, the usual thorn in my ass, but it's good to hear from you.
Likewise, on both accounts.
So, question. We have a set of an encampment of Luddites up in the Northern Union. You are my weapons guy, and you know these circles, but it sounds like they've got some Tharson tech that should not be in that area, and it's causing some issues. We're going in for Autumn's End to retrieve relics, possible a specific book. Any information on the tech, any information how they're getting it in and out, be helpful.
I mean, how much influence you wanna toss at this?
He's my only good contact for this. It's going to be 3.
Okay.
13.
13. I can't say for sure, but I would doubt any of the Luddites are gonna touch Tharson technology.
I figured something else is at play here.
Anything, any Tharson technology anyhow is gonna be fairly outdated compared to most of what Akatori is producing these days. I would suspect the most of the Luddites are probably going to be running
Well, the fossil fuels. for the
20th
most
century firearms, fossil fuels, the like. They're not going to be far advanced beyond that. Needless to say, most of your modern day armor, it's going to be hard to penetrate with those sort of ballistics. Now, if they are using old Tharson technology, it could be all over the place. Really depends on what was able to be scraped together, but that area was hit by pretty heavy atomics. I doubt much, if any of it, is in working order these days.
I would generally agree with you, but we've got reports.
Of what?
Hold on. Pause. I'm rereading the brief here. Oh no, that's the Northern inhabitants militarized towards that. All right. Well, if you hear anything regarding moving tech of any kind, old, new, or indifferent in that area, let me know. I'm looking for a way of access. We want to minimize contact, minimize combat if possible. I don't want to kill these people if I don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I can keep my ear to the ground, but
That's all I ask.
Luddite communities, I mean, most people don't even go anywhere near them. No reason to, really. But if I hear something crazy, I'll let you know.
I do appreciate it.
For sure. You know, and while you're at it, you know, you do find some old, strange Tharson technology out there. You let me know, all right? I can move that sort of stuff.
No doubt.
All right, take care.
I don't actually respond. I just phone ends. I don't hang up
Perfect.
on him, but it's just like,
Yeah.
it's a business relationship.
Yeah, he hangs up.
Yep.
So why don't we go to a lunch meeting with so some time has gone by. You guys have been reaching out to contacts. A couple days later, Relic grabs lunch with one Dr. Forsyth. Relic, how's it been? How's it? You got the coffee?
I cannot thank you enough for that. It is so hard to find actual coffee nowadays, and I remember a time when it really wasn't. But Horace, thank you so much for that. I truly appreciate it. That was the perfect thing to get me through my studies. I really, it means a lot to me, my friend.
Yeah, it kicks. Unlike all of that soy stuff, right?
I don't know what it is they call coffee these days, but it is sad
like it used to
brown
be.
water.
Yes.
Ugh, horrid. Well, I'm looking to retrieve a manuscript from a group of Luddites.
You and your books. You
It's-
and your books.
I would suspect anyone would understand it. But this is for a mission at this point. It's a group called the Humphreans. We're trying to steal the Book of Humphrey. You see, the difficulty that I'm having. Our debrief spoke about a potential ex-corpo paramilitary in the area, and I know that during the acquisition wars, this was obviously Ultra Materials was involved here. I'm curious, with the Luddites being averse to technology, perhaps they would be. I don't know much about them. This is something I'm just sort of, I guess, running by you, but may they have been more amiable to Ultra Material, since they dealt more with pharmaceuticals. Just a theory that I'm trying to run through.
Are you suggesting that there is still Tharson there? Worth the Luddites?
It seems possible. Again,
That is fascinating.
tell me about it. You can see why I've been racking my brain trying to figure out what exactly their involvement may be.
You said they're Humphreyan.
Indeed. Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and roll your last influence dice?
Yes, I shall indeed. And a 5, so I'll take it.
Hey, nice. Well, what do you know about the Humphreyians? Certainly you've read about them, no? Maybe once? It's kind of fringe.
Yeah, yes, I've actually heard secondhand accounts of them. My understanding is they do feel that those with an EMS system are possessed, something that has no soul. I have a very surface level understanding of their philosophy.
Yes, that's spot on. The Humphrysians, their name, of course, comes from Humphrey Cleats. Humphrey Cleats was just kind of 21st century major religions. You know, they collapsed.
Yes.
Especially hard in the Abrahamic traditions, where there was lots of conversation about end times and what have you. And when this, of course, did not take place, and humanity is evolving, and then certainly with the Omnicorps coming, it was quite a tumultuous time. Well, this Humphrey Cleats, he grew up in an isolated region, and he was so inspired, especially with the rumors of the super AI, and very disturbed by it. And when the Omnicorps came out and started creating the Omni network, he went into isolation, and he emerged with a smattering of documents and journals and other sorts of things on his belief about what was coming and what this was. And he said that he had this notion that Omnicorps, being sentient, could not take place because the soul. So Omnicorps was an empty vessel, unable to protect itself, and therefore became a sort of divining rod for evil to take its place. And so he believed that the devil, or the great evil, occupied the sentient AI, and that when it gifted the EMS, this was the mark of the beast, in a sorts. And therefore anyone who took this on were themselves opening themselves up to the host of demonic forces to then come and possess them with no ability to fight back. So I think in light of the Humphrysians, or the Humphs, as they're often referred to, it was widely popular within the Luddites. In fact, I think over 60% of Luddites are still and cling to the Humphrysian faith. And so they believe this is irreversible. Once you have, of course, inserted the EMS, it's not removable, and you are open and vulnerable to possession at all times. And they truly believe that any elevated man, anyone with an EMS system, is in fact working on behalf of the devil. So they're very hostile in general towards this, and it would be a point of life or death often in their eyes, or even even greater than that, to everlasting life, or of heaven or hell sort of ideology. So regardless, it's very strange that you would suggest there's something, but you know, Humphrey himself kind of left a third path. He said that perhaps some of the elevated man could be redeemed, and that I think he even suggested that it was like two souls. Then the soul of the demon was present and the soul of the human, and for 99.9% of humanity, they would not be able to resist. The demon would be there, but that there would be, in the end times, of course, they always love talking about the end times, right?
Yes,
in the end times, there would be a select few who resisted and shed the sin of the EMS, and would help them deliver the world free of of the Omnicore and whatever. I mean, of course, much of this fell apart once Omnicore was locked away, right? I mean,
Yes.
The theory started falling apart, but not to them. They, of course, created more books and the like. But I digress. Perhaps if there is a remnant of Tharson Technologies, they might believe these are the select few, perhaps. But it seems strange. They were never amicable to Tharson. They hated Tharson.
It surprises me, but I'm calling to mind someone who never was exactly accounted for during the acquisition wars. Igman Yulta.
There's a name I haven't heard in a while. Igman Yulta. He was quite the strategist. You would know perhaps more than I would about
indeed. You raised an interesting point that I did not know about the Humpresians, is that there was this third path. My only thought here could be, perhaps, now this is just conjecture, but perhaps if there were a remnant, it could be, if not him, people like him, somebody that the Luddites may respect or understand in some way. It's, again, conjecture, but curious enough to me.
Wasn't Igman and his platoon on something? There was some sort of drug. No?
Yes. Which had a goofy name. Blue Pumpkin, I think it was. Blue Pumpkin.
That's it. Blue Pumpkin. You're right.
Yes.
You're right. Did you know that Blue Pumpkin was actually the forerunner of the modern day drug Razor?
No kidding.
Yes, but it was, of course, not as potent and had all kinds of drawbacks. But Red Saffron actually got their hands on Blue Pumpkin after what is it? You said its name. Something Materials. What was the branch office of Tharson?
Ultra Materials.
Yes. They fabricated it. It was like I've seen pictures. It looked like a little blue pumpkin, but like a gummy bear almost. But you would peel it open and suck in the liquid. Very strange.
Interesting.
But they were hopped up on this stuff all the time. All of their military units, proliferantly. It was so strange, and they fought incredible. That's why it made it so difficult for Akatori and ultimately resulted in atomics.
Yes.
And of course we know that because of the atomics used then, that is when the United Nations finally came together, banned and dismantled all atomics. That's why we're an atomic-free world. But I digress. Anyways, regardless.
Yes, we could go on and on, couldn't we?
It had, and actually, now that I think about it, perhaps, I mean, it's a leap, but Blue Pumpkin had a very unique thing where it would create a hyperfixation. And this was random, completely random. Igman Yulta was never recorded as having this hyperfixation, but others would do Blue Pumpkin once and they would become hyperfixated on, I mean, there would be figures who would become hyperfixated for life on watching TV. And they would literally starve to death watching TV. Or in the best case scenario, they would become hyper-fixated on the war effort and would fight until their arms are cut off and keep going. And others, it would simply be with murdering, and they would become a liability to both sides, just killing anything and everything. But Red Saffron, they eliminated it. They somehow found a way around this hyperfixation, and that's how we get modern-day Razor.
Interesting. You've given me quite a lot to think about. Lunch with you is always a pleasure, and I truly cherish it. The last thing that I suppose I would ask, if you are, this manuscript is obviously old. I want to make sure that I handle it with proper care. Any advice, any tools that I should perhaps procure before I endeavor on this mission, or anything you might be able to help out here?
I can talk with the librarian. You know her, but she
certainly.
doesn't usually mind stuff taken from the archives. But I would imagine the most important things, as you well know, is avoid direct light. I mean, if you're going into fallout areas, you want to make sure it's something probably leaded.
Yes.
And perhaps a little bit cushioned if you don't think it's going to be a smooth ride.
I think cushioning is always good, right? Myself, built for pleasure, not for speed, so I can speak very highly of cushionings. I think that is a must, indeed, yes.
I mean, otherwise hemorrhoids, am I right?
Hey! A horrible fate for anyone!
It's a real thing, it's a real thing.
Oh, it's horrible.
Always a pleasure, always a pleasure.
This was the best. Thank you so much, Horace. I will certainly be talking to you.
And I got the check. This time I got the check.
You are
always
too
get the
kind,
check.
Horace.
I got the check.
You are too kind, Horace. Thank you so. Next one's on me. I'll see you soon, old friend.
Take care.
Right.
That entire meal, the entire restaurant knows your conversation.
Yeah.
This is, no. The worst
And
thing
that-
is, I actually think that is exactly how Paul and I do talk in public.
Depends, right? It depends, because you both are like a tachometer. It
Old
just
men,
ramps
that's how you
up.
talk in public.
And that was the House of Eidolon's interpretation of two old dudes jamming out on topics.
It was channeled
too
perfectly.
fun.
This is great. This is great. Oh, awesome. Well, with that, Relic will eventually hang out around the House of Autumns and why am I blanking on the name of where we're actually
Dahlia
at right now?
exhibit.
Thank you,
Dahlia.
the Dahlia exhibit. Yes. I'll hang around, see if anyone is here at some point. But I feel like I've gotten my information gathered, so I'll hang around for a little bit.
And of course, I think the assumption is that people are sharing, for the most part,
Yeah.
what they hear.
Yes.
If that's not the case, please share otherwise. But we usually assume that that's what takes place. A couple callbacks. First to you, Lyra. And you remind me real quick. Sorry, I'm bouncing through all these contacts. Remind me what you asked. Oh, for like Tharson and different
Yes. Information
technologies
you can give about
and
them, and
yes.
any
Perfect.
information about when they integrated into the technology that might be floating around rumors online.
All right. Lyra, here's what I was able to dig up. I mean, some of it is loose public information. Others not so much. So that region saw a lot of Tharson atomics. So Tharson used to make atomic weapons. Believed to be one of the reasons why they eventually were ordered decommissioned. There was a man by the name of Igman Yulta. His group went missing, went dark after the atomics. Always assumed that he had died. I went and looked and researched. I dug around. Different smugglers, different banter online seems to indicate that there is someone claiming to be Igman Yulta within Ledland. Hard to come by, elusive, but has a whole following. Reported they wear old school Tharson heraldry from their unit, though it's said that they don't use cybernetics. Some call them exhaust walkers. They use gasoline cybernetics of sorts, something pre-electronic. I don't know. It's very strange. But most of it is is just a lot of rumors, but the Luddites seem to peacefully coexist with these Tharson survivors.
So strange. They've always hated Tharson Technologies, I thought.
I mean, what I've seen is that they've said they're perhaps reformed, or Luddites say that they are believers.
Okay. Well, you've given me a name to work with, which is more than I had 2 days ago, so thanks as always, sis.
Yeah, I mean, Igmin Yulta was supposed to be, I mean, from what we know about him, Ultra Materials, which was a branch of Tharson. Once Tharson broke apart, Ultra Materials was the last to collapse, and that's what led to the atomics in the area. But he was supposed to be an extremely proficient combatant back in the day.
Okay.
Otherwise, not much else is known. It's, again, not many people go into Luddite territory.
And how old would he be today?
I mean, he was probably in his 40s back then. Probably be close to 90 years old. That's why it's a bit strange. Most think if he hadn't died back then, he would likely be dead by now.
Dead by now. All right. Okay. Thank you for the help. I'll see what I can find out.
For sure. Anything else comes up, you let me know.
As always, thank you, sis.
And then who else was calling back? Did you need a call
Pandora
back?
was eventually going to get back.
Oh, yeah. And she was getting back to you just about any other information of kind of their interactions in the space.
So, one was going to be like info on the area, since we don't, like, we can't find like a map or anything with it. And then anybody who's had contact with this group, any information that they might be able to share or anything like that.
Okay. You get a call back from Pandora.
Oh, hello.
Yes, I can hear you, Relic.
Oh,
Listen.
Pandora.
I talked to some. They say, yes, this place, it's big. There are thousands of Luddites. It's like a Luddite city, and mostly shanty, built off of old bunkers, things like this. But there is a church. There's a church on a large hill. Looks like a man-made hill, and it's a church of concrete, like a bunker.
Okay,
They
interesting.
say it is the last prophet's church. There's a coal plant. They resurrected a coal plant. That is how they power their city, and many warehouses, all scattered about, but no buildings near the church on the hill.
Interesting. Okay.
It's holy. It's holy, they say. Our people have never been able to get very close.
Interesting. Have they? Any of your friends have any contact with anyone from here? Anything that might be good if I'm, say, going to venture here?
We mostly deal with one who calls himself Igmin Yulta.
Really? Now there's a name. I don't know. You might find this interesting. You see, Igmin Yolta was a famous general from the Acquisition Wars. It's always been wondered whether or not he made it out alive. I mean, at this point, he'd be very old, older than I am. But interesting, and that's the exact name they said, Igmin Yolta.
Yes, he's very old, but and they say he breathes exhaust.
Interesting. Like an engine inside of him or something.
Yes, he is like a old abomination. They say he replaced the cybernetics. He always talks about Humphrey. Always Humphrey this, Humphrey that. Humphrey the salvation. He always talks, but he also deals. The Luddites won't talk to their Electron, but he will. His people will. They traded old Tharson technology they found they did not want. Their own cybernetics.
Pandora, this is positively riveting. Your friends have a first-hand account of Igman Yolta surviving the war. This is, I mean, this is big. This is unprecedented. This is, if you could,
He's mostly an old crazy man.
Well, but well, there's wisdom in there. If you could send over notes, I'd love to get something written up. That's incredible to me. So Igman Yolta, has replaced him, and I suppose some of his unit have replaced their cybernetics with gasoline-powered amalgamations that would work perhaps similarly. This is positively wow! I'm blown away. Pandora, I cannot thank you enough for this. You've given this is incredible for me.
Of course, if you're there, please keep your eye out for things Derelict Throne might want.
Always, always. I will always be thinking of you. I will keep an eye out for that. That is my word to you. And I will
Thank
keep
you.
that word.
Pandora, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We will talk later, okay? I'm hanging up now, just so that you know.
Goodbye, Relic.
Okay. Yep.
Click. All right.
Yeah, I will share that with everyone. Hopefully they're here, because I don't think they want phone calls from Relic. They're not great.
All right. With that, is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I'm awaiting a callback.
Oh, who are you waiting a call back from?
From Carson
Carson?
Gerst. Mm-hmm.
Carson Gerst. Oh, yes, okay. Carson's giving you a call. This is maybe about a week on.
Okay. Hello, Carson.
Magnus. Wait, is that Carson? Yeah, that's Carson. Magnus, how you doing?
I'm doing well. What do you know?
So Tharson, well, wasn't Tharson then, it was Ultra Materials. They were a branch, one specially focused in military applications. They developed a drug at the time, breakthrough, pretty good, known as Blue Pumpkin. Blue Pumpkin was a forerunner for modern-day Razor. At the time, however, Blue Pumpkin, was a lesser form, but highly effective in military combat. It outperformed most other military drugs of the time. Heavily used, side effects included usually random hyperfixation, permanent hyperfixation, ultimately why it was discontinued. Later picked up by, I think, Red Saffron, who then created Razor out of it. So very widely used in that area. Tharson Technologies was also working on different atomics at the time, though I do believe all of those were accounted for and discontinued. At the time, they were working on different atomics that combined atomic technology with EMP technology. Sort of a double whammy.
This is dangerous.
I mean, it would be, but again, all atomics for Ultra Materials and Tharson Technologies and any other atomics in the world have been accounted for and dismantled. But that's the sort of technology they were messing around with in the area. If technology is still there and still being used, which I doubt it, you might see some different kinds of EMP technology that was a heavy specialty of Ultra Materials.
What about Blue Pumpkin? Do you think there is a possibility that it is being used by them still? After all this time?
Maybe a highly addictive substance. You would have to know how to manufacture it and have the right facilities to manufacture it. I do believe it was rather difficult.
This is valuable information.
If they do, be careful. I mean, it wasn't Razor, but it certainly kicked similarly to Razor. They would be rather frenzied.
Yes, well, zealots tend to be frenzied anyway.
And if they've been using all of this time, I mean, we're talking about hyper addiction at this point.
Let us hope they are fixated so that they cannot see.
Yes, very likely. I mean, the fixation came at random intervals. Very likely they became hyper-fixated with things other than combat, gardening or something. Who knows?
All right.
Yeah, if I find anything else out, I'll let you know, but, this is all a lot of ancient history. It's, hard to find anything really on Tharson these days.
I appreciate your time.
Of course. And, yeah. Do stay in touch. It's good to hear your voice. I got used to hearing it more often when you were running your business.
Yes, I will get there again. See you soon.
No doubt. No doubt. He hangs up. All right.
Yeah.
So what do we know? We know that there is Ledland, that it is an old military town. There is a church on top of a man-made hill at the center of it, bunker style, concrete. Seems very likely that Tharson, or at least a regiment of Tharson and somebody claiming to be Igman Yulta is there. And that Luddites are no fan of you all and any elevated human. What else?
You know, they might be using Blue Pumpkin.
Yep.
Yeah.
We know that Igman Yolta is somehow still kicking, and they've replaced the cybernetics with gasoline stuff.
Yeah, big deal. Gasoline, cybernetics.
Yes, and they have a coal power plant that is powering the whole thing.
The region is also hella radioactive and more than likely where Blisterman came from. And gas-driven machinery. There's no EMS, potentially. They got rid of their cybernetics. Old military is gas-driven machinery.
They might have EMP tech.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Igman was a proficient fighter, so if he's been training anyone for them,
Yes, yes. They'd be dangerous. He's a well-known strategist, so that is, we don't want to... If we're going to do this, we don't want to give a whole lot of time for them to formulate some sort of strategy, too. That is good. Am I missing anything? Let me look.
I think it is dangerous dancing with zealots. One option, maybe we make the old Tharson people look as though they have turned back to the future. This will make sure the religious zealots turn on them. Sow discord amongst them.
how do you propose we do that?
Question. How can they tell if you have an EMS in this colony?
Their EMP weapons work on you. That is it.
Pause. Would an EMP knock out someone with an EMS? I would think not, because
It would knock out like communication, that sort
Okay.
of stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't disrupt brain function, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
I'll just say, like, in general, it would be almost impossible because your, like, reaction speed, your awareness, your physiology ever so slightly is enhanced. Like, to move like you would an ancient human, I mean, you're talking about like dumbing down your nerve reactivity. like just Luddites move slower reaction speeds than any elevated man. So it'd be very, very hard. An elevated man would basically have to drug themselves to be like a sort of Luddite-esque sort of state.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to figure out, like, I have 0 tech on me. If I walk in and get hit by that, do I just slow down and have a am I just
by an
disabled?
EMP? No.
Yeah.
Probably the most that would happen is you can't interact with the overlay or make communications. Yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't like knock you out.
Gotcha. So, all right, and back to the character. They may have AMPs, but how can they tell I mean, outside of external cybernetics, most of us look pretty normal. Does Magnus have little hints of cybernetics?
It is very difficult to ascertain whether he has cybernetics or not.
Does he just look a little...
Actually,
I guess
by
I'm trying
sight,
to judge.
no.
Okay.
Everything that I have is concealed, and also everything that I have is kind of double concealed.
Okay.
I've built everything to be inward.
Yeah, you're 50-50 soft hard point, right?
I am 60-40 soft over hard.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So most of his cybernetics, like the untrained eye would not be able to notice.
Yeah.
And Relic's just
My
an
hard
armor
points are
liar,
like
too.
my bones, essentially.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to assess how conspicuous we look if we get on site and in the area to start getting an idea what we're walking into and who can and can't be around some of these people.
I think
My goal is
the
to
biggest
not be
thing,
seen at all.
Perfect.
Magnus, you're just in you're in light armor, right? Just close.
Yep.
Yeah. And then
I'm in
you're
cleric
not.
robes.
And you're in cleric robes. Yep. So so both of you could easily move
Okay.
in semi inconspicuously.
Beautiful.
Lyra, she also just wears her clothing, I think.
All right. So it looks like everybody can get on site without any kind of worries. Wow.
I mean,
Little one, I still know
Do you
nothing
not
about
wear
you.
overalls?
The surprise is tantalizing.
if you want me to, I don't have to, but I usually have duraplating and I have a grenade launcher, so not really is something that you can hide.
As you say duraplating and you say grenade launcher, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I will just tilt my and just eyebrow raise, like thinking, how can this small frame carry any of this?
Listen, I chose this life. This is the path that I'm on, bro.
Well,
Path I'm on, bro.
What is a bro?
what is a bro?
Thank you for asking. I too am confused. Like, what is a bro?
I mean, typically, bro is like, brother, but in this instance, I'm saying bro like a friend, so because you guys are my friends, and you know how, like, you call Relic, you probably call your friend compadre or something. For me, my friends are bros. Y'all are bros.
So it's a term of endearment and not necessarily fraternal association.
No, like, you're not actually related. I'm not related to anyone.
Okay,
I was in a
well,
tube.
good to know.
I'm a tube baby.
This is inconsequential. We shall carry on.
Okay.
We
I forgot to mention, in the debrief, you will be provided transportation out to within several miles of the location. Anywhere closer, though Luddites do not have technology, Luddites are always rather on the lookout for people.
Hey, Cash, we need a
Elevated
ride.
man. So House of Autumn's End will bring you out to so far, but then you have to hoof it old school style on your feet.
Pardon,
Wherever
Cash
you're trying to
can
get
get us transportation as long as he still has a capstone. Let's be clear.
There you go. There you go.
This is a city, correct? There is certainly no issue with us residing there for some time. Maybe we find a reason to visit. New followers, perhaps.
I mean, the thing I do know is that the Derelict Throne does have dealings with Igman Yolta. Perhaps we could, name drop, say, oh yes, we're here to deal with Igman Yolta, and perhaps they will let us in, and not, become overly suspicious. I gave the impression that they were still somewhat autonomous from one another. A possibility, perhaps.
Yes. We will need to get eyes on the area. Maybe, we can look up some aerial views. See some facilities.
A great idea. I think that'd be quite wise.
I will attempt to do this. On the overlay.
Not that.
I miss touching subspace. All I remember is a rocket and a building.
13.
13. Surprisingly, it is not nearly as simple as you think it is. Not a heck of a lot exists. You do get some extremely high aerial views. By a city that's probably a very... what you think of a city today, this is certainly not a city. This to you is like a town. But it's probably several thousand homes. Just shanty style homes. And they spread out to either side up into like a coast, and it's like a cliffy coast because it's up in like in one moment. It would be up in kind of like Maine sort of area, Nova Scotia, Maine, New Brunswick.
Okay.
Area, and so it's up on the shoreline, way up there, and some cliffy coastline, kind of at the center, but there's on one side it just goes to the cliff and the water. On the other side, it's surrounded by these like warehouses, some of which look like they've been almost turned into apartments. And then a whole bunch of like shanty town sort of things all around this hill. And then on top is a pretty prominent looking, well, it looks like just a cement rectangle, but in slightly church-esque form. Also near the very northern part of the town is it looks to be a pretty high-walled concrete wall around a coal plant. That seems to be like you see old school like power lines strung up coming from that coal plant all over the place.
Right on cue, the jazz music.
Yes, a classic.
Perfect.
A classic.
We could also render them without power. Take out the coal plant and then sneak in.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Likewise, I'm not the sneakiest, mind you, but still, it'd give us a better chance of avoiding detection if they've no lights on. Am I right?
This would surely affect all of the individuals that live in the area. But this I do not care.
Well,
But maybe you all do.
the truth is, I just recently found out they got a coal plant. I mean, that's an industrious mindset that I do respect, but I suppose if we were to take it out, they could repair it in a short amount of time. Really, I would anticipate this would be a disruption for a little ways, all right? And then they could be back up and running in no time.
How does one take out a coal plant?
Well, I feel like the individual with the grenade launcher might have some capabilities.
Anybody want to make a machining check?
Yeah, I'll make a machine.
Oh,
Yes, of course. I will make machining check.
Everyone,
Check.
put our heads together.
Ooh, I rolled like shit. 6.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, holy shit.
15.
Ooh.
Nice.
There we are. There we are.
Ooh, what Bucky get?
20.
Oh,
Ooh.
there you go.
Bucky
Lucky
and
guys.
Magnus. You know that the coal plant is going to send electricity towards sort of I forget what the name is now. What are they? The giant like
So
circuit
like the little
areas.
substations.
Yeah,
Like,
it's gonna
yeah.
send it to.
Yeah.
It's gonna send it to the capacitors and the substations throughout. But there's it looks like, from what you two can tell, it looks like this settlement is basically set up in a linear fashion. So the substation 1 in the town then runs the substation 2 and 3. So if you hit substation 1 and blow the capacitors there, it's gonna turn off the entire city.
Well,
Likewise,
Yeah,
if you
maybe-
hit capacitor 3, it would just turn off that segment of the city and none of the rest of it.
Yeah.
But they don't look nearly as well fortified as like the actual coal plant.
we have many options. What do you all wish to do? Walk inside or blow up things and go in through the darkness?
Well, my first response is gonna be blow things up.
I would
In
like to
my
minimize
experience-
casualties, if at all possible.
If we could just cut off power for the area we're getting to, I think that would at least increase our chances of success. That's what I have found out. Even little things like this can go a long way to making a mission much more accomplishable.
I agree.
I think taking out the power first is the best way to go.
Okay. So, which area are you guys going to aim for the power structure?
Clearly, this book will be in concrete
Oh.
building on the hill.
Is there?
Okay.
Can I
Makes the
search on the
most
net
sense to
too
me.
for a public copy of the Book of Humphrey so I can understand and read the religion?
You can try.
I can
This is
try.
fringe religious text that is popular with Luddites. They don't particularly use a heck of a lot of. But yeah, go ahead.
Just in
Make a
case.
net diving check.
Let's make a net diving check.
And then after that, let's go ahead and take a break at 7:15. We'll take a 15-minute break. Actually, why don't you just make that roll, Josh, and then we'll jump.
We gotta take out the dogs now that we're both on stream.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
will
yeah,
need
I guess
this
that's true.
every time.
I rolled 3 6s.
Ooh.
18. Okay, when we get back, we'll see what happens.
Beautiful.
All
Excellent.
right, we're gonna take a break. Thanks everybody for watching. Sorry for the cutoff earlier, and we'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone.
And we are back. All right. So it sounds like everybody is about ready to get out to Leadland, yeah? Is that kind of where we're all at?
I think we're getting
I will
on site.
before we leave. I will procure like a leaded,
A box.
lead-lined briefcase with plenty of cushioning for the book.
Oh, did I find?
Forsyth helps you get that without having
Beautiful.
to pay anything. There was some extra kind of collection units in the old archive.
Awesome.
Did I succeed in my finding
yes.
of anything on Humphreys?
All right.
Humphreyan.
Yes. You do find a some images. It's not of the original text, but of like the Book of Humphrey.
Mm-hmm.
Those printed afterwards. They're actually really beautiful quality. It's from some other university, not St. Edmund's University. it is from St. Gerard's University.
The St.
Yeah.
St. Edmund's, the central
They're
thread to
competitors.
this timeline.
Yep.
St. Gerard's, and Saints apparently are just opening up universities left and right.
Yeah.
So St. Gerard's University was able to, or did have some probably undergraduate did a thesis on Humphreyan fringe religion, and the Luddites did take some pictures of the book. Generally speaking, it's black, leather bound, golden. I mean, it's very, very beautifully well done book, very artistic. It's not very big. It's kind of like, you're expecting like a religious book, right? Like something like the Bible or the Quran.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's actually more like the size of kind of like a college, just like a notebook.
It's a pamphlet for a timeshare.
Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like it's maybe 100 pages at most.
Mm-hmm. Is there any accompanying like research from the people that put this together, the universities, any information?
I mean, most of what you've already learned. I mean, the Humphreyan faith believes that elevated man is possessed, that they are inherently, therefore, evil, that very few of them will ever see past that capability, and it's really
It's just a blindness.
most Luddites believe that even if they come confessing that they're deceivers, right, that these are demons, so they're not going to trust the idea that you're going to be repentant or whatever, and that generally speaking most of the humphs will hide from elevated man all the way to immediately open fire, straight hostilities towards any sort of elevated man.
Was there any allusion to like how they can tell that we're rocking an EMS?
It's kind of the same way that Amish can tell who's not. I mean, they're they're not wearing synth weave or anything that you make
maybe,
modern.
Right.
Not making anything that's made out of what the kind of materials you're using today. They're making theirs still out of cottons and denims and all this other sort of stuff. They're they're a tight-knit community. There's not that many Luddites, so they know who's a Luddite and who isn't. They know who's their neighbors, they know who's around. It's not so it's just like getting into any of those communities. You can't just walk up and be like, I'm Stan, so-and-so's brother. Like, they know Stan. They know his brothers. They know when Stan has a kid, basically the hour of. So it's like, it's not a...
Stan was the midwife.
Yeah.
Is there
But do
any
they
other
have Luddite cheese?
cheese,
Much
right?
like the Amish.
Wonderfully built
they-
furniture.
I mean, they are a self-sustaining people, and part of that is agriculture.
Yeah.
It is interesting to note this, and on that topic, Leadland exists, multiple thousands of people in a radiated area, so seemingly they're doing something. Maybe they're substantiating off of fishing or something like that off the coast or whatever, but they're somehow able to substantiate in otherwise considered toxic kind of earth.
Yeah.
Other notes on Humfresian in general. I'll read you a quick little brief thing,
Little
since
blurb.
you had a great
Wonderful role.
great little thing. So, estimated to have been born in 2072, Humphrey Cleats lived through the collapse of most 21st century major religions, especially those of the Abrahamic tradition. Humphrey, a dedicated and devoted practitioner of faith, was cast into despair as the religion collapsed and numbers dwindled to only a fringe group who were considered insane for clinging to such ideas. With the release of Omnicore and its technological miracles, Humphrey drove himself into isolation, where he fanatically wrote down his thoughts, prayers, and inner reflections about faith and the emerging world. These writings would later be compiled into the Book of Humphrey. Humphrey emerged from isolation near the time when the Omni Network was established. He began to proclaim to the few groups who still held out faith a new sort of gospel, one that claimed Omnicore as the great evil that would and had entered the world. He preached that Omnicore, an object, was not capable of having a soul of sentience, and thus the hollow vessel of the super AI had become the nesting place of the great evil or devil, which gave it the sentience it possessed. Fractured, disillusioned groupings of faith were drawn to his words and given a new life raft to cling to their faith. Before long, they began to call themselves the Humfresians, or Humps for short, and rejected the technological advancements of society, claiming that one day the evil spirit of Omnicore would try to taint all humanity with the mark of the beast. Within a few short years, the elevated mind system was gifted to humanity from Omnicore, and the Humfresians were vindicated in their views. The Humps believed that the EMS was a gift that created a backdoor into the souls of man for all the vile evil and demons to enter in and corrupt the souls of man. They rejected the EMS and watched as humanity became empowered by supernatural strength, intelligence, and ability. Cloistering themselves away, the Humps became one of the many movements that led to Luddite communities hidden away from the advancement of the human race. Humphrey Cleats would die only a few years before the 3.0 update from a disease known as Kismer's cold. However, after the critical error, the Humps became sold on his teachings and writings and officially compiled the Book of Humphrey and declared Humphrey Cleats as the last prophet of God. Over the next 50 years, the Humfresian faith would grow within Luddite communities around the world until around 60% of Luddites hold some version of the faith today. To the Humps, Omnicore was smitten by God and banished to hell in 2120 during the critical error. However, all those with the EMS were possessed by the devil's vast legions and still enact the will of the devil upon the earth. They believe that one day the Humps ideology will penetrate to a select few of the corrupted, and they will find a way to cure the minds of man and restore them to God. Though most Humps view those with EMS as irrevocably tainted and possessed and marked for the devil, Humphrey's writings on the subject were far more vague. He seemed to both indicate that modern man with EMS was damned to hell and fully possessed by demon sentience, while also indicating that some portion of the redeemable soul was still there. This has led to various denominations of the Humps, from those who will act hostile to all those who possess EMS to those who try to preach to them and convince them to be redeemed. In 2153, the original Book of Humphrey was believed to have been destroyed during one of many battles in the acquisition wars of Tharson Technologies.
Okay.
Wow. Alrighty.
I will, of course, have
good net diving.
shared that with everybody, right? That was
Yeah.
The start with the three sixes.
That's what this student covered. He was very thorough. Very thorough.
Was
Still shoddy work. I wouldn't trust anyone from St. Germain's. I take this
The
with
rival school of St. Germain.
Can you say second class?
I can't stand them. They're the worst. Oh, well, I mean, maybe it's right.
I presume, is there any other like imagery or sketches of maps, layouts? When we got the satellite stuff, but was there anything else with it that he may have put in there? Okay.
No. I mean, this isn't like Ledland isn't like the native home of Humphrey Cleats by any means. It's just one of many Luddite colonies. There wouldn't be anything on Ledland in your searches for Book of Humphrey.
Should we invest in curatives before we move forward?
Always come prepared that's a good sentiment. I'd like that. Yes, we should purchase some curatives. It's very good. Yes, indeed.
I mean, I was just gonna buy some grenades, but
One last
You
question
boo.
before we do gear. Sorry about that, everybody. What is there Luddite colonies all over the country? I presume there's some on the other coast, things like that.
Yeah. I mean, Luddites exist on most major continents, usually in fringe wilderness areas away from elevated man cities. In some areas they are actually very lucrative because they provide things like real cheese, and the elite eat it up. Like Luddite product is something that is considered sort of a rarity, and so like high society will indulge in Luddite food, and then their food tends to be way less processed and all that sort of stuff. Who knew? And so, but then, I mean, again, over 60% of Luddites will just avoid, humanity at all costs. They shelter themselves away and stuff like that. But yes, you can find Luddite communities all over the place.
Right.
They're usually in the thousands, or smaller.
Yeah.
Very sparse.
Well, y'all, time to suit up, I suppose, get some gear, buy some granadas.
I will not be using any grenades.
Oh, I
Indeed,
suppose.
you
neither
will.
shall I.
Again.
Look a foe in the eye is what I say.
I mean, a Durafoam grenade isn't gonna kill anybody.
That up to you, I think.
However, I will go here to the old pharmacy.
As far as like just typical anti-radioactive medicine,
Yes.
that sort of stuff, I mean, you guys can probably get like a huge supply of them for 5 to 10 crypt. It's nothing crazy
Beautiful.
expensive. I mean, there's almost no demand for it these days. So it's hard-ish to find, but if you can track it down, it's really, really cheap.
Alright. Here we are, pharmacy.
In fact, I mean, to some extent, having an EMS in and of itself helps protect you, or at least post-exposure genetic therapies to just set straight your rogue DNA structures should be fine. And again, rather cheap. When you have the ability and your body has the ability to be freely mutated, it's a bit easier to withstand or reverse the impacts of radioactivity.
Mutations are fun.
Mm-hmm. Except when they're not.
Yeah. All right, I have to actually get
Uncontrolled
back in the character
mutation.
here. Right. All right.
Or on the other hand, you could just embrace it,
Just let it
rub
go,
it all
let
over
ride.
you, and just see
Yeah.
what
The
happens.
first pond I find, head first. Just all
We
over.
free mutations, right?
Right?
Maybe we'll have a roll chart or something.
Oh, please do. Please do. And it's gonna get weird. All right. At which point, I
Sorry.
suppose we'll contact either Autumn Send's Armory or find it local.
Well, got you there, bud.
Whatever do you mean?
Yeah.
I live in the armory. Not real. If anyone asks, I don't actually live there. I might have a cot there for accidentally sometimes when I need to work during the night. However,
I just see the courtesan's head poking out of the hallway, looking at you, just coming back in, just boop, boop.
I work
You mean
here.
you mean the custodian?
I said courtesan, didn't I?
Courtesan. Yeah, wow, that's very fancy. Wow, I should have called
There
it
you
the
go.
courtesan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I
Wow.
should know.
The
That's even better.
robot has
This is a
nothing to
different
judge
house.
because I work here.
I thought this was your first time in
Okay,
the building. But-
I
So,
will just-
No,
I'm
my
just gonna
first time on a
purchase real
mission.
quick. Potency 2 hypo.
Okay.
So we
And
can
yes,
have a little bit of
Potency 2 hypo will be more than enough to offset any sort of radioactivity if you do end up needing it.
Yes, I just in case someone goes down, I've had enough missions where
Yeah.
it comes in handy. So I always have some on
As
hand.
long as we have our contracted people out to give the medical aid.
Yes. Yes. We need. Yeah, Dougie, get on back here,
Dougie,
bud.
get
Well-
here, bud.
And I have a sinking suspicion that Relic is going to be a little bit quicker than Amon Vecht on his
It's
feet.
true. I'm actually excited to run. That's a first for me, so that'll be kind of wild. I'm looking forward to that because man, was that rough.
Yeah, you were a slowpoke.
I was.
It didn't help that like you'd roll great until you needed to run, and then you'd be
Yeah.
like 2.
Yes.
It's like,
It was pretty rough. It was pretty rough.
It's just
I won't lie.
Amon Vec in heels and then like twisting
Yeah.
inward as he's trying to
Oh,
keep his balance.
These robes are not good for running in. Why did I choose this outfit? Yeah. Oh, not great. Not great.
I'm just saying, if you guys are wanting to, make sure that everyone is okay, I can always get a gas grenade and, either load it up with a couple chemicals to, like, take care of people, or, pharmaceuticals.
With the statement of the gas grenade, and my interest is piqued. He eyebrows up and looks over. Could come in handy, a little one.
I just need I can buy it. I have money.
I defer to your wisdom when it comes to these explosives.
A can of Patchall, like, just load it in the bugger, any type of burns, acid.
All right,
Just throw it at you guys.
it is.
It's a great
All right,
idea.
so everybody got what
Why
they
not?
needed? Can I head there?
Yes, indeed.
Mm,
Spend and fill out accordingly, I would assume.
I have acquired what I needed in the past weeks.
And we all
Beautiful.
saw the mission objectives and their rewards.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And all
Yes. Make sure.
So essentially, it's 3,500 to get the Book of Humphrey and return it. I think there's some influence and a class point, of course. Any other relics you find, if they're non-religious, it's 500. And then any religious relics will be 1,000 and may come with, come with an extra point of influence. Okay. And so, Cal, you can go ahead and fill out whatever grenades you get, but in the meantime, you guys move out there to get dropped off. And so you're dropped off about 3 miles out from the Luddite community. You're dropped off in a forest clearing. You'll have to move about a mile through woodland. And then about 2 miles over what would be, essentially like prairie land, except it's mostly just desolate. Earth and yeah. So you get dropped off. Is there a particular time you want to be dropped off?
If we're mathing this out, I'd like to be just outside of sunset or just outside of darkness. That way we can prep and take out. I'm assuming we're gonna look at taking out a substation, but preferably dusk or dark is my assumption. Anybody else?
Yes, I prefer to move in the darkness as well.
When one is hiding, darkness is best for it.
Will you be quiet on the mission, or do we have to be concerned of your mouth?
Oh,
Sure.
I wouldn't worry. I've got a helmet.
Noise
Descend to the
canceling
ground.
plate armor.
What was that, Lyra?
Does it
Myra?
have a silencing feature, or will it just echo?
Oh, I suppose. I'll be a little bit more quiet, but if I do find something interesting, I think it would all behoove us to hear about it. That's why you want to see the world, right? Yes.
All right. You arrive. So in this, it takes several hours. Not really, actually. It only takes about an hour to get out there. AVs are fast, and it's actually surprisingly close. You realize that essentially once you get out of New York City proper, it's maybe at most 100 miles of suburbs and sparsely populated kind of wilderness reserves before you get into sort of this barren section of northeast Northern Union territory, and it's rather barren. It would be a kind of like being in the Arizona sort of desert. It's scraggly. There is vegetation growing up, but the earth is all like gray, like dead. So very, very atomic, very moon-esque feeling, minus some vegetation coming up. In areas, you do find that there are, every once in a while, you'll come across like a spotty little like shed home and like a field. So it looks like the Luddites are finding a way to return the soil, return the land, and are trying to grow crops and things like that in this area. So you'll see spotty like farmland every once in a while, usually rather yellow looking. So whatever they're growing is almost looks like perpetually yellow. So then you land in a clearing out in this forest. This is where the AV will be left, so you have to take into consideration that you have a 3-mile trek back to the AV. As you were coming down, you did spot like distant lights, which you assume is Leadland. Yeah, it's enough lights and enough people gathered that it lights up the sky a little bit. And so you land down in the woods. The sun is on its way down pretty darn fast, and you exit the vehicle. As you exit the vehicle, the first thing that happens is a Geiger meter appears in your vision via your EMS, telling you that this area is radiated, but for you, it would rate that risk of exposure is moderate and would suggest less than 12 hours in this sort of space. And then certainly anything more than 3 days is recommended against without treatment.
We must be swift.
As I unmute my mic, we move for the settlements. Keep an eye on high and low points in the environment. We don't want to be caught via line of sight.
Would anybody in the party like to take the bushcraft roll to determine moving, ultimately as a party, moving stealthily through the countryside?
Yeah,
This is not my specialty.
Sorry, so Riken, are you rolling?
I am rolling, yes.
I'll roll
Okay.
2.
Yeah, go ahead. 2 of you can make a check. I won't have all of you make a check.
Okay.
But 2 of you can go ahead and make a check, and we'll see how it turns.
15.
I got 13.
Okay. Together, Bucky and Riken, you charter out a path, and you guys start moving. As you move through the forest, again, the trees, just like you've seen, Bucky, like the wood is almost black. The leaves are like this translucent white where you can see the veins of the trees. You move through, and thanks to the bushcraft, you don't actually encounter any wildlife in this region. And you begin moving through the fields and start to come up on Leadland. So Leadland, the first thing you notice is Leadland in general has a whole bunch of farm field outside of its perimeter. So as you guys kind of move up, are you avoiding roads, or are you staying off the roads?
I would stay off the roads, honestly, at this point.
Okay.
Consensus?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Relic will be going with whatever you guys.
It's
think
really
is not
Riken
outdoors.
and Bucky's call, since you guys are the ones bushcrafting. So, you guys stay off, moving over the fences and through the farm fields and stuff like this. The growth is some sort of strange, like wheat, and then intermixed with some sort of strange corn. You've never seen these varieties before, Bucky. And then, so yeah, you're moving through. It's relatively quiet as dusk is coming on. There doesn't seem to be much activity. Every once in a while, you'll hear the sound, and it's rather alarming, of a combustion engine vehicle moving along some dirt road somewhere. It's so much louder than what you're used to in typical vehicles. Plumes of exhaust floating up into the sky every once in a while. And as you come onto the village, or onto the Ledland proper, there is about a 5-foot cement wall in different levels of disrepair around essentially the perimeter of Ledland. And you can see houses and tin roofing and this sort of stuff out over past Ledland. You can see smokestacks from a coal plant and big billowing black plumes of smoke coming out of them. And you can hear the sound of electricity wires, you know, that kind of like zzz, buzzing noise, all over the place as crisscrossing wires strung up on poles run around. There's street lamps. You can see running down different roads. Still a little bit of activity. By the time you're coming up on the wall, it's nearly dark. And yeah, and then even from where you're at, you can see just the top of the church, the cement church in the far distance. It's almost dark now, but the hill is a very substantial hill. And you can even see just ever so slightly zigzagging road. It's literally switchbacks of pavement up to the actual church structure.
We move for the power plant, yes?
I think aren't we looking for the substation, not necessarily the power plant?
Yes. This is what I mean.
Which substation did you guys want to approach? Are you looking to black out the whole city?
I feel like that's an appropriate response considering what we're up against, and
It may also draw attention, yes?
that would
I
be
was going
the
to say,
idea.
it may disrupt more people. The fewer that are impacted, the fewer may know about it.
That is also a solid plan.
Why don't we just need to take out the substation where the church is.
And I should ask, are you guys looking to execute the mission now, or are you looking to do scouting first?
I'm
Just so I know.
the scouting mindset right now, but that's mostly because I'm lacking in knowledge. Also, part of the isolated blacking out in the city. Will that isolate that area? But then, how do we get to that point? Like, is it still a lit up city that we have to cross?
No, so essentially the coal plant's in the north. So basically like the northwest segment is going to be substation 1. The western segment is going to be substation 2, and then the southwestern section of the city, because it's up against a cliff on the east, is going to be section 3. So if you moved your way down south from where you're at, you're kind of like firmly on the western end of the city. So if you move your way down to the south, that's you could then hit substation 3. Now substation 3 is not on the edge of the city. You would have to move through some amount of city with lights and everything else on, and then hit the substation. The substation is kind of in the middle of the town.
Maybe we scout with the option to start, should things arise.
I agree.
I agree with that. Yes, indeed.
This may also be a point where we need to split up the individuals that are, let's say, a little more visible. Go
You can
more
just call me
towards-
out. You just say my name.
Yeah.
I'm here.
It's not in a
Bucky, are
negative
you
way.
in your armor?
Yeah.
All right. So Bucky is in like virtually a suit mech.
I'll put a picture of what we built here. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean it is. There's no way that she is moving these arms and legs of this armored suit on her own, or lifting the grenade launcher
The
on
images
its
in
own.
chat.
Okay,
No.
so it's like a little personal mech suit that she's trudging around in. So she's kind of like low. Her back's kind of up above the cornfields a little bit, but she's trying to be as stealthy as possible. Luckily, your bushcraft is pretty good, and you're staying well hidden. You've kind of put leaves and stuff over the top of
The
it.
ghillie suit mech. There you go.
Good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This may be a point where Magnus, I presume, since you prefer the night, stealth is in
Yes.
your wheelhouse.
Yes, I prefer to be patient and gather as much information as possible.
Me and Magnus can go and take out the actual plant if you all want to meet maybe halfway, and we can catch up, moving towards the target area.
I mean, again, you guys can use your EMS communication whenever. So, is the suggestion then that Relic, Lyra, and Bucky kind of wait near the cement wall in the southwestern sort of section while you and Magnus head into scout out the third power station?
That might be the best course to not arise suspicion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Lyra, Bucky, agree, disagree, have any other thoughts?
That's just fine
I
with
mean,
me.
yeah, I had to bring my armor with me, so
That is true.
it takes about 25 minutes to reposition yourself down on the southwestern side, mostly because you had to cross several roads and well-lit roads on your way down there. So eventually you get down there. Again, you're able to move relatively undetected thanks to the bushcraft roll. And now Magnus and Riken, you head into the city. I'm assuming not down the main road, but jumping
No.
the
Yeah, not at all down
wall?
the main road.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, now I will need both of you to go ahead and make a stealth check as you move into the city.
Okie dokie. What's my bonus to that? 14.
Plus 3? 19.
19. Okay. You move in. At times, Riken, you even lose sight of Magnus. Magnus is like he moves with like this elegance through the shadows that almost feels supernatural. You move into the city through the back alleys, kind of navigating your way through. Most of these structures you realize are made out of concrete. Very little wood is being used, or like concrete and rebar and tin roofs. You see the people are wearing like really plain clothing in general. Josh, do you have any of those images I sent of the Luddite individuals? If you want to just pull up like the male or the female, that's totally fine.
Sure.
Maybe the male.
I can rotate.
They're wearing cotton, denim, these sort of things. Most are inside at this hour. Every once in a while, a police car will go by, just kind of patrolling the streets. And otherwise, you make your way through unnoticed. It is the few times that you do come across people in the streets, the Luddites in the streets, it is hilarious how slow reacting they are. You feel like you are moving almost in fast motion compared to them. And it's like you can almost predict what they're going to do. Like their movements, their body language really tells you what they're about to do, when they're about to turn around. So it's very easy to sneak past them and move your way through. and you come up onto the power station for the coal power plant. It's a tall chain link fence, barbed wiring on top, and then you see all the fun kind of power pylons and things like that in the station. From here, you can also see down the main road here, which is called Grand because every stinking main street is called Grand. You see that it leads down towards, and then arcs strongly to the left, which looks like then it connects over to other main roads at other junctions and leads up the hill to the bunker church up on top of the mound, the human-made mound.
As we approach, I want to keep an eye out for any security features, traps, alerts, tripwires, old shit. I'm just going to look at the whole area before we decide to approach.
Go ahead and make a machining check.
Goodbye the drink.
I'm going to activate my thermal sight to look for signatures of guards and such.
11, by the way.
11. Okay. First to Riken. Riken, you notice that at the top of at the corner of each of the four corners of this sort of like pen that contains all of the power pylons, you notice large red cylinders for lights, which looks like some sort of alarm, as well as like a loudspeaker, old school loudspeaker, sort of attached to it. Now, you're not certain, but it could be that tampering with the chain link fence or the barbed wire at the top might somehow trigger the alarm system.
How high is the fence?
It's about 10 feet with then, a foot of barbed wire at the top.
I'll inform Magnus. There's an alarm system. Do you see any signatures?
Magnus, as you switch over to your heat sensory sight, you do notice that there is a guard, kind of kitty corner from where you guys are. You are at the southwestern corner of this pen. At the other side, but it looks like he is sitting down and like reclined in what you assume is a chair in the northeast corner.
He is not properly fulfilling his duties as a guard. There is only one.
Can you quietly subdue him and knock him out without killing him? We don't want to leave any traces we were here.
Yes.
Can you scale this fence without touching it? I can assist if need be.
Without touching it, I do not think so.
So can I, how agile is Magnus? Like, so my goal here, Cyberpunk.
Buddy, you got leapers.
I know I do, but I want to bring him over. So I was just going to make a plate and help him over.
Oh,
or can I just
if
pick
you're
him
gonna
up
try,
and
you're
bring him
gonna have to make a lifting check
I figured.
to carry him with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I figured as much. So, all right, cool. Well, I'm going to do that really quick.
Go ahead and make a lifting check.
Yep.
This is to determine if you could jump over with him.
Yeah, gotcha. 20.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You grab a hold of Magnus.
Well, so I'll do it in a polite way, and
Yeah.
I will, as I look at him, vines will form down my hand to almost a stand, so he can stand on it as I pick him up and jump over. Just so I'm not like
Magnus,
hugging
you
him, 'cause
comply?
I'm assuming he wouldn't want me.
Oh,
to hug him.
100%. Yeah.
And then you realize this monk's legs are not quite normal, and he leaps with ease over the top of this fence.
Interesting.
And
I will
lands
have to
gracefully
fashion
on the other
myself
side.
a pair of these.
And I'll just nod at him. I'll let him go, take care of the guard, and at which point I'm going to go up towards the wall where that loudspeaker is, scale it to try and disable
Sorry.
the wires.
They're on each corner.
Each corner? Okay. Can I start to go and just unplug them while he goes and takes care of the guard?
Yes, go ahead and make another machining check for me.
Okay. So one more dice down. God, I'm rolling so hot. 12, 13, 14, 15.
15. Yeah. So you don't even need to scale up. It's as you just like send up your vine lash
Oh, nice. Okay.
and just like rip
Boop. Pull
out
each
the
one out.
wires to each of the loudspeaker and you can now realize that it's attached to the on top barbed wire. So it seems like any sort of contact with that on top barbed wire would have set off an alarm.
With that roll, am I able to discern, like, can I unplug anything else that would disable more of it but not be noticed?
I mean, pretty much as far as you can tell, these four corners are like the alarm system to this pen.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I just got rid of
Magnus.
the ringers, so.
Yes,
I'm assuming you are stealthing over to the sleeping guard in the northeast corner.
I am.
I
mean,
presume
southeast corner.
my bushcraft stealth is still maintained, otherwise I would have rolled it.
No, actually, I mean, both of you rolled stealth already for the town. That's what's maintained. You got a 14, he got a 15.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't know it was.
I mean, a 19.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Am I rolling stealth again for the guard?
If you're trying to neutralize the guard. So as you come around, you notice that the guard is perched. He has his eyes closed. He doesn't look like well, why don't you go ahead and make a medicine check for me?
Okay. Oh, 8, 11, 12.
12. You can tell that the guard is not asleep, but he is reclining with his eyes closed, kind of arms up behind his back, leaning in a sort of folding chair. Yeah. Out just kind of enjoying the evening breeze coming in through the chain link fence. Eyes closed, just kind of relaxed.
I'm going to subtly hit him with some conch.
You could, or might I suggest, you can also neutralize through like a choke out if you want to, and spare your conch. So you can coup de grace whenever you use natural weapons, you can choose to neutralize instead of kill.
So that is great because natural weapons are new for me. But also, my question was, I wanted to be as little disturbed as possible. So
Okay.
Am I disturbing? Like, is it going to be like
If you
like
hit
when I'm
him
trying
with,
to choke him?
I mean, he might do some sort of flail for sure.
Okay.
In neutralizing that, you would choke him out, and certainly he would remember if he woke up. Versus like conch,
We just wanted to think he fell asleep.
he would just
I'm gonna hit him with the
think he
conch.
fell asleep. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And what is the potency of the conch?
It is just potency 1.
Okay.
I'll be prepared to neutralize should the conch fail. Of course.
No, you hit him with the conch, and he is out faster than you have ever seen somebody go out on conch. He's just gone.
Oh yeah, that's right. Normal humans. Dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Amongst men.
just like spritz it in his face and he's out.
Put it in my mouth.
Quite literally. Yeah, so he is gone. In fact, it
It's like
looks like
4
you
days.
just hit him with a P3, P4 conch. This guy's gonna be out for hours.
Target neutralized.
And
Is there anyone else around? It's just that guy
I mean,
inside the gates
use
there.
your heat sig, your sight, right?
Every once in a while, you see a police car just like slowly patrolling down some different streets. It hasn't come by the station yet. Yeah.
Okay.
Anything you want to do with the body, or what are you guys doing?
So, I'm curious if I can detect. No, because he was leaned back already, like hanging out, right?
Oh yeah.
Not touching the body at all. I'm gonna let him look exactly the
No.
same.
Yeah, he's just out cold, drooling. Just.
I'm gonna
gone.
get myself to the most covered location I can find here. In that case,
Yeah, just up and inside of the pylon towers that are sticking up.
As we look around too, Also, I'm gonna, if it's okay, I'm gonna amend because either we'll do it on the way in or out. But while we're going through, I'm trying to keep an eye out for like old-looking things that would be considered a relic. I mean, most of the stuff looks old and shitty, and I can't understand most
Uh-huh.
of it. But like,
yeah.
if something sparks, right, I want to keep my eyes open because that's one of ours. That's our secondary. Can we enter the building, figure out how it's all set up, how we can shut
There
it
is no
down?
building.
Oh, it's just
So this
the-
is like
the
an
thing?
this is like an outside
Oh, gotcha,
power
it's the
station. You know how
converter
there's like
side.
all those pylon
Yeah,
towers
yeah.
that kind of go up.
Yeah, just that.
It's just like
actual-
that.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Um,
Can I search the guy's body for
Yeah,
stuff?
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's been a couple weeks since we've been
Yeah,
playing.
it's
I'm
all
getting
right.
back
It's
in
all
there.
right.
Yeah, I would love to like casually boop, boop, pick through his pockets, see what
Yep.
kind of relics he might have on him or not.
You come across a really archaic-looking pistol, and a walkie-talkie, or so you've seen them.
it's like a
in
scratched out
old-
brand on it that says "walk" and an E.
Yeah. You know, like really flimsy-looking handcuffs, like probably an elevated man could just like snap these things. Yeah. But they, yeah, and then you see this sort of black, plasticky looking stick thing, that looks like it might be used as a weapon, but would, yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
It's like getting beaten to
We'll
a pulp
take-
with a wiffle bat. It just doesn't work.
Poof poof. I'll take the communication device.
Yeah.
And the pistol.
Okay.
I don't see anything else here. Bucky, Lyra, Relic. We're at the station. One guard's asleep.
For a long time.
Yeah, he's not waking up. We have a window.
Yeah.
Did you kill him, darling?
No. It would be of no consequence or no benefit to kill him.
Of course.
I mean, if you're in position, I feel perhaps we're ready to go. How's everyone else feeling? I'm good.
The question I would posit is, do we need to find more information regarding, say, Igman, or was it Yalta? Right.
Igman Yulta, yes.
Yeah. Maybe scout the actual location we need to go to. It's a lot of running around if you guys don't want to execute, and it's a little bit blind and fast, but
With the two of us in here, I have a question for everyone else. What if a distraction was made and the two of us slip in, grab the book, and leave? What if we do not have to see Igman Yolta or his gas-powered abominations?
again, I would prefer to avoid any human life being lost.
I mean, you could always give it a try. I certainly would be no help in sneaking, but should danger arise, I suppose I could make myself known.
This is just one idea.
I mean, Bucky and I can certainly make some distractions if need be.
Sorry, just I'm thinking about all the grenades that are going to come out of Bucky, while Lyra is throwing shipping crates at people. My brain goes weird places.
I'm so looking forward to it.
Maybe not such a ruckus
Oh, that was me talking, not Riken.
as grenades. I know, just in general.
Yeah.
I meant more of a distraction that cannot be pinpointed to an individual, but outside of the structure.
Yeah, we've got like outside of the actual church itself, the bunker.
Yes.
Well, we'd want to put the distraction somewhere away. We want to draw people from this location. So, and what's the quickest route to get in, out, and around, right?
Yeah, so from the aerial vision, you had seen that there's largely three main streets that cut through the city. Not exactly in a straight line, but close enough to. There's one from the west, one from kind of the northwest, one from the southwest. You have taken Grand from the southwest up to the station, the power station that you're at. If you continue down the road, you could get to the road that then leads up to the actual like bunker
Location.
church that's up there. Yep. And so you could also come from directly from the west down the main road there, or through the, or you could go through any number of back streets. But ultimately, those three streets kind of lead up to the same road that goes up, switchbacking up to the church.
Relic, Lyra, and Bucky are what? So okay, I'm going. Church, power station, southwest. Where's Lyra, Bucky, and Relic?
Yeah.
in
So
relation? Like
so
over
you
here?
would be in the middle.
Yeah.
The church is up here. They're down.
So
They're
south.
down by outside of the city. Yep.
Gotcha,
So they would
southwest,
come
okay.
kind of southwest towards you or southeast towards you, and then, another, I don't know,
Would from our knowledge.
quarter of a mile to the church.
Okay. From our knowledge, if we pop that station, will they have cover of darkness to get here?
Oh yeah. Where you're at,
Okay.
this would, from what you predict, I mean, you can make a machining check, but you would predict that this would probably knock out the whole southeastern city block area.
So, my thought, y'all. Wow, I just went west. Howdy.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow,
All right, we're all
priest,
getting-
nailed it.
We're all getting used to our characters.
I
It's
know,
all good.
right. Well, I presume I can move across rooftops quietly and quicker than anybody else. I can go set a fire, perhaps, somewhere away from even the powered areas while Magnus moves towards the church and everybody follows up once I kick the power out and head off. Or Magnus can kick it off when I light the distraction or find something to draw attention away from this area. Thoughts? Because then you're all together, and by the
Yeah.
time everybody gets to the church, Magnus could have already scouted it and gotten an idea what's going on.
Yes, I can at least have a look.
Now, this being said, we're going to have to execute the mission if we do this. I'm about to light, whether it be a store of grain or a building on fire in a different block or area of the city. So if we're going to do this, we're going to need to do it now. Or, sorry, if we're gonna do the distraction, drop the stuff off, we're going to have to execute the mission. Unless we got more routes we can try and look into, perhaps find more information based on what we're up against. Or we just scout it in the dark. Thoughts?
Distraction sounds good to me, and we could follow suit under cover of darkness for a point of ingress into this temple here. But it would divide and conquer the enemy, so I think that would be very good for us, yes.
I am a patient man, although I must say, I do not wish to spend much time in the forest.
I think if we think we can take care of this now, let's just do it.
I mean, do you
More
have-
time to scout things out could be helpful, but it would also leave us open to be found.
Mm-hmm. Bucky, you had something? Oop, I think Kel froze.
No.
Oh, she's back.
No, she's
Oh,
deep in thought.
just
Whoa. That's the
Real
most
life
still I think
freeze.
I've ever seen
Yeah.
you, Cal.
Well, it just
Yeah, I
it
know.
felt weird because the particles coming down too. It's like you're
Yeah.
not moving at all.
Yeah, wow.
I mean, it's nighttime. I have a smoke grenade. I don't know if that would help, but
This can help all of you should you find yourselves in need of obfuscation.
Mm-hmm. That could give us some cover.
Yes. I
Oh,
say
well,
we...
don't think I didn't hear it. We're gonna come back. We're gonna wrap around to that conversation later. The forest is a great place.
Or some.
It's a great place.
Magnus, you have a tea date for a debate.
I will not.
Well, then it sounds like we're
right.
executing. This sound like a feasible
Yeah.
plan. We all good with this?
Yes, I think so. I think so. This has a air of success to it.
At which point,
I will not stagnate.
I'll nod to Magnus. I'm assuming Magnus will hang out while I go find a thing to piss off the city.
Is that
I'll probably
the-
actually stealthily start making my way.
Okay.
Toward
So
the
so while
church?
you go find something to
Yeah.
create a fire with, Riken, Magnus is gonna head for the church, and then you're gonna move back to kill the power station, and then the rest of the team moves in for the church. Is that the plan?
Unless we want to have, while I go, Magnus kills it and then heads to the church. That way they have darkness.
Yes.
Oh, you're
That-
thinking Magnus
That was
kills
actually
it.
what was in my mind. Is
Yeah.
you
Okay.
go to start the fire, I will kill the power.
And then he heads up before
Perfect.
them, and then they move in. So when the
Perfect.
fire,
Okay.
or when the power drops.
Magnus, do you want to make a machining check to see if you know how to kill the power here?
Yeah.
In
let's
in
do
a
it.
way that might be I mean, how much time are you looking to how long would you like it for the town to get up their power again?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay.
I'm wanting to be. Well, okay, real quick question. I know we did the breakdown of the distance. How long, if I am like booking it through darkness, would it take for me to get up to the church? Because I want to be able to like. Obviously, I don't want to get up there and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like lights on.
Guess what?
Probably somewhere to 5 to 10 minutes, depending on your run speed and your stealth.
30
'Cause
minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes.
That's what I
Okay.
want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a machining check for me.
I have one more question. How complex does the machinery here look? I mean, obviously, I know it's Luddites, but does it?
Yeah.
It's well. That's kind of the answer. It's machining. Never mind.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not having you making a technicianing or a net diving roll
Yeah.
here.
Hey.
13, and I'm willing to
Yeah.
use an edge dice if I need to.
Absolutely. You can get it shut off for anywhere for 30 minutes to an hour.
Oh. Is there a gate that people enter and exit from?
There looks to be 3 of them.
When I was rummaging through the guy, did I see keys or anything like that?
Yes. If you would like to take keys, you can.
I 100% would have taken the keys
Okay, for
to
sure.
the gates. It
No
hadn't come
problem,
up
no
in the plan yet, but yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, with that, I'm assuming you jump over the fence again, Riken, and start heading, looking for something good for making a fire.
Yep, something that'll piss off the town. It's important.
Okay.
What'd you like me to roll?
Why don't you go ahead and make a streetwise check?
Nice, nice.
Sick. We're getting them all. Streetwise,
Yeah, yeah,
bushcraft.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a lot of stuff that we
I got some
barely use.
bonuses
This
to
is really
those
good.
things too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, navigating cities and stuff. That's streetwise.
Not so good of a roll. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine for a Luddite community.
Oh, I
So you
suppose.
see a large warehouse. I mean, you guys, these are
That's true,
non
that's true.
Bottles of
EMS
gasoline.
people.
we're not even
Um,
dealing with gangers at this point. We're dealing with
Yeah, correct.
hamsters by all rights.
You are dealing with people who likely are less of a threat than the average citizen in any of the cities you are used to. So, you see a large warehouse. There's a couple different what looks like natural gas propane tanks outside of it, as well as what you might assume might be sort of silos that would carry things like grain.
So, as I nod to Magnus, leap over the fence and onto a rooftop adjacent or the next closest one, Riken will see this warehouse, and as his stealth would imply too, he starts striding over rooftops of houses as quietly as he can, even launching himself with the dual vines that'll extend from his arms, almost galloping to that location as quiet and silent as possible.
Okay. And Magnus, are you going to hit the power?
I will cut the power as he departs.
Perfect. and you hit the power. So what you do is not only do you throw the switch, but you also scramble and cut several of the wires. Ones that you know are not as simple as just reconnecting, but might even require a certain reboot at the coal station. So between communication, you argue that you probably got 45 minutes-ish of time of darkness, give or take, to get things done.
Okay.
And as you cut the wires and you hit the switch, the city goes dark. You hear like a hum, the buzzing that runs through the wires on the wooden posts, archaic wooden posts that run above you, shut off. Bucky and Lyra and Relic, all of a sudden, everything goes dark near you. And there's just like this eerie silence that fills the space, akin to what you felt in the forest when you first got out of the AV. Other than the occasional headlight of different cars driving by. And as you start to move ever so slightly, you notice every once in a while a little flicker of light appear
Candles.
inside a house here or there at the sudden loss of power. Magnus, would you go ahead and make one more stealth check and a running check as you start making your way towards the church structure?
As
Yes.
I'm striding as well, I'll call out over EMS, keep your eyes peeled for relics. That is just icing on this cake.
I will do exactly that. That is a 12 stealth.
12 stealth, okay.
Yep. What was the other one?
Running.
Okay.
Because you're trying to make your way as quickly as possible to while stealthily.
Absolutely. Heyo, that's pretty good.
I don't have running. So actually, sorry about that. It was good, but it's not as good as rolling one less dice.
Mm.
I'm gonna use an edge dice. That's a 7.
Okay.
That's an 11.
11. Okay, it will take you about 8-ish minutes to get over to the church. So that should leave you about 22 minutes to play around the church structure. Anywhere from 22 to 42 minutes to play around the church structure.
Right.
Magnus, Lyra, and Bucky, are you guys headed in?
Relic.
You meant relic, yes.
Relic, yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
I was like, I guess I'll wait. Yep.
No.
I think as soon as things go dark, Lyra will
Yep.
start beckoning forward, like, all right, let's move.
I'll follow. I'll follow her.
Are you guys trying to move with any sort of stealth, or you're just booking it down?
Ooh.
I mean, they
I'll-
can move with stuff.
Yeah,
You can
like
always try.
yeah, Relic isn't going to be very stealthy, but he will definitely at least
Yeah.
attempt.
She's
Oh,
gonna
you'll
try.
be way more stealthy than Bucky.
I
let me
feel
tell
like
you.
yeah.
With a negative 10 to her stealth rolls, I highly doubt she's going to be stealthy.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, it's
I
only
got-
-3 to shadow skills and
My stealth roll got a +3.
Wait.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. What's your armor?
The heavyweight duraplating.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you were at the full
I
heavy
don't have
armor
my
of 10.
Yeah, no, not yet.
Okay.
By the way, I had a 15 to stealth, not a 12. Sorry.
Perfect.
Oh, nice.
Your 12 was 7 more than it needed to be. You're fine.
I do have a stealth of 9.
Stealth of 9. Okay.
Oh,
Wait, I can
11
always-
for myself.
What's yours? What's that, Bucky?
You can always check mine.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and make a stealth check minus whatever
3.
your armor
Okay.
provides. I think it's -3.
I mean, the thing is, I still get
That's
to
okay.
roll 5, so I.
Oh yeah, you're Dex 5, aren't you?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I've got
For
2.
for a heavy mech, you're probably pretty good actually.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
12, 13. So 18 minus 3, so 15?
15? Yeah.
Nice.
Okay. And
Wow.
Lyra? Yeah.
She used a whole can of WD-40.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Shit.
She
sure
is
did.
tiptoeing like a pro.
Yep.
She's been practicing.
All right, what'd you get, Lyra?
Lyra got an 11.
11.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
12.
A 12. Perfect. Actually, believe it or not, you guys are able to avoid all detection
Wow.
through this space. I mean, again, it is hilarious. You almost feel like everything is moving in like just ever so slightly slow motion. You can just you just know that the car is gonna come around the corner, and you just like freeze and move into the shadows, and it just goes by no problem, and you keep on moving. Even you're not even all that inconspicuous, but like it's just, yeah, it just seems strange. You're just able. You're like, wow, these are really what like humans used to be. As you move
So
your way
primitive.
towards the building.
Yeah, Relic is taking mental notes. This is incredible to him.
Almost
Yeah,
as
yeah,
though
you're
we
like, this is
possess
really
Prescient.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Bucky,
Yeah.
Bucky, at any point, like, can Bucky stop and kind of like go through? I assume there's like trash cans and like mailboxes.
You could.
Sweetheart, we don't have time, honey. We're moving. We're booking it.
God damn.
Yeah.
What? You never know. Maybe they got a shipment of something in the mail. Like, we could take
So,
it
Bucky,
back for money.
Are you
Can
going
you
to search
crash?
through dumpsters? Or are you going to listen to Lyra and keep going?
I guess we have to keep going, but there could be
Okay.
like treasures. There could be treasures in that trash.
We have
One man's trash is another man's
Lucky's
treasure.
the goblin.
we have a hoarder.
Lucky
and
is a
magic.
goblin.
Yeah. This is.
We're not infiltrating.
One man's trash is another man's treasure. We don't know what we're missing out on in the trash can.
So as this debate wages on, as you dodge in and out of carts, and Bucky starts to wander towards the trash can, and Lyra pulls her back, being like, Bucky, we gotta stay focused. Riken, you arrive at the warehouse where you see the couple of large-scale propane tanks and granaries. Can you go ahead and make an academics check for me?
That I can. And depressingly, I took points out of that to rearrange my skills earlier. So sad day. 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, not bad.
Although it does make thematic
12,
sense
13,
for you.
14, 15. 15. Didn't do bad.
15. All right. Riken, as you land, you see this thing, and you're like, wait, I think I've seen that. This is a rare thing called a rototiller.
A rototiller.
And this was something used to till crops. But this is very rare. Like there are museums interested in the rototiller, especially the smaller ones, not like the big heavy duty ones, but this one looks like ones that can actually foldably collapse, used for the everyday consumer. So this was like a very accessible rototiller that could be used from the farmlands to the urban setting. It was very accessible,
the bee's knees, if you
revolutionary.
will.
Yes, this might just be a relic.
I feel like I'm going to grab it, make it as compact as I can without damaging it. And am I allowed to basically strap it to my back with my own vines and Dryadic mutation?
You would if you're going to be down a vine whip, because the
It
whips
takes
are
the length of it. Got it.
yeah, yep. However, you could just with your clothing and things lying around the yard, rummage
Great,
up something to strap it to
yep,
your back.
perfect.
You know, the nice thing about this manual push all accessible rototiller is actually the handles can actually come off for easy transportation use.
At which point I will break it down carefully, handily, and find some shit on the ground
Perfect.
to strap it to my back.
All right. So while you're doing that, Magnus, you are moving towards the church. Group, you are moving towards the church.
Tiller.
Um,
Sorry.
All right, and we'll go back to Riken real quick.
Pause.
Riken?
God, I request
Yeah.
a Cuisinart to show up somewhere in this entire series of missions going forward. So.
A what?
A Cuisinart.
Cuisinart.
There you go.
I don't actually know what a Cuisinart
Oh,
is.
Vitamix.
I
I
feel kind
gotcha.
of-
I mean, it's
Cuisinart.
it's a brand.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha.
Just like I want to see the old one.
Riken. So, you have successfully strapped the rototiller to your back.
Insane.
What are you doing?
So at this point, I'm going to continue forward to the location of interest, said warehouse, and see if I can find a way to combust everything and piss off the whole town and
so
get out.
so it's a big warehouse. There seems to be two what you assume is grain silos
Mhm.
out to the left of it, and then in the yard there are two propane tanks. Are you making your way into the warehouse, or are you making your way to the silo or to the propane tanks?
Let's do propane.
Okay. So you go to the propane tanks. Yes, these are natural gas tanks. They seem to be an alternative power source. In fact, you can tell that there are still lights on inside of the warehouse that should be dark. And you hear the loud rumbling noise of what you assume is some sort of generator being powered by these propane tanks inside.
Do I see any piping, things leading inside?
Yes. Well, go ahead and make a machining check.
Ooh, not so good. Oh, 9. Got a 9.
9. You don't. You assume that they might be underground, but you do assume that this crude generator, is probably running off of these propane tanks,
Figures.
and that there's ample gas inside of them.
Looking around, do I see any electrical cables? I'm basically trying to. I don't have anything to start a fire with on me, so
Correct.
Like how can I combust
yes.
this and fuck with it? That's what I'm looking for.
Are you looking for like a really archaic way, or like electrical cables? Although, why don't you go ahead and make a cognition check for me?
Cognition check. What would that be under?
That's cognition. That's just a big one.
Oh, got it. 5. Huh.
That's one of your passive skills.
Yes. I'm like, where is it in the skill? Oh, it's above because it's the big thing. Nice. 10,
Use your mind.
17, 18, 23.
23. You realize that perhaps power cables, when the power is out, would not be a great way to start fire. So you decide that probably the best way is to find some archaic way to create fire. So go ahead and make a bushcraft check for me.
Cool. I was basically trying to see if I could pull the power and cables from the generator and use that to light itself on. So.
Oh, I see. The generator's inside of the building. Yeah, you assume that that's too far away.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So we 12.
Okay. You find a nice steel rod, and you assume with a couple strikes at the nozzle area where it looks like the gas would be pumped into the unit, if you could break that free with a rod, and then with a couple extra hits could probably ignite the natural gas, and with your leapers leap away before it explodes and consumes you.
Beautiful. Strength check.
Yeah, strength check, my friend. Actually, why don't we do? Yeah.
I'll take the martial bonus if you want to give it to me.
Yeah, why don't you make a melee combat check? Wouldn't be martial combat; it'd be melee, but that's what you have.
Gotcha. Uh, 20.
You pick up this thick piece of rebar just littered onto the concrete ground nearby you, and with a swift swing, it is hilarious how easily this metal nozzle just smacks off. And actually, in doing so, you ignite the spark. Can you make a jumping check for me?
Yes, that I can do too.
Nice.
Because that's what
And a reaction.
All right, jumping first.
Actually, you don't even need to make a jumping. You have leapers. Go ahead and make a reaction check.
Sorry. Okay. What am I rolling for reaction? Oh, I got those bonuses there too. I'm just down one dice. 12.
Okay, and then can you make a climbing check for me?
Sure. And I get, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14. All right, we'll give it to you. So you leap back as you strike the spark. You leap back as the flames ignite again, almost seemingly in slow motion. And you leap back onto the side of the building where your leapers cling on to the concrete. And so you're just standing on the side of this building
Just
as the whole
horizontal.
tank explodes. Yeah, horizontal as the whole tank explodes, igniting the second tank. And then whoosh, huge fire ripples up into the night sky. And from there, we will jump over to Magnus. And for Magnus,
As the plume explodes, I'll radio in. Torches lit, go.
Give me 1 second as I set the scene.
Oh, and after that explosion, I'm going to start moving as fast and as quietly as I can towards them in the church.
Yes, sounds good. All right. And we arrive. Magnus, you have avoided the main road, just off of it. And as you climb up this hill, you can see the map, correct? Okay, yeah, you're moving.
I can.
Everybody else can see, correct?
I need to reload. Give me just a second here.
I am currently
Okay.
streaming it. Yep, we're good.
Weird. It is like stuck at like 98%. Oh, there we go. There we go. We're finally in. We got it. There we are.
All right, so Magnus, as you climb up the hill, there are a couple things. The hill is covered in sort of that tall yellow grass, interspersed with barren rocks, but then also huge areas of clearly man-disturbed mounds of just rock and debris. But there's vegetation growing on it, which assumes that this happened a long time ago. And so you can see what looks like a parking lot out to the side of the structure, way up to the northeast. You can see the side of the building. I'm pinging up there. Of the church building, and the main entrance of the church building is right up here. And you can go ahead and move freely at this point. There seems to be virtually nobody, but there is one vehicle sitting over in the parking lot. I don't actually have the vehicle here, but it's an old combustion engine pickup truck sort of vehicle just sitting over in the lot. So you assume that perhaps there's at least some people here, but very likely just a very few.
For any
I'm
of
gonna
my car
stealthily
folks
make
out
my
there.
way-
Oops, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna stealthily make my way towards that old vehicle.
Okay. Give me 1 second. and
You're like, I don't have
will-
the vehicle. I'm like, I'm going to the vehicle.
For all
I
yeah,
you know the
yeah,
thing you said you
need to
didn't have?
see it.
For all
Show
you
me
car
what
nerds
kind of
out
car.
there, you know exactly what kind of car this is. It's a Toyota Hilux because it's the only thing that's going to survive multiple apocalypses.
It's a Daewoo.
No, it's not. It cannot be. There's no way Daewoo's survived. Not unless it's vacuum sealed.
I don't know. My Kia is at 210,000 miles. So I mean,
Yeah,
you never
yeah,
know with
yeah.
these cars, right?
It's a Honda Pilot, actually.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, this is not actually what the car looks like, but this is what I'm going to use because I don't know. It feels it's something to fit the mood for now.
I don't know where you're putting that. We can't see that.
I know you can.
Okay. I
There
wasn't
it
if
is.
you
Yeah,
were.
This is not nearly this nice.
Okay.
In fact, there's probably a way I can tint this to make it look rusty or something.
Rusty.
Here we go.
Oh, I can make you one too.
It's not nice. I mean, I have other cars too. It's just
Boom.
just what I got. It's
Look at
it's
that
a it's a
color.
not nice car.
Yeah.
Okay? It's a gas
Oh,
engine.
man.
That's what's there. It's just sitting in the lot.
Do I need to roll stealth again to stealthily go
you're
up to it and stuff like that? Okay. I'm gonna go up to it, and I would like to take a look around, just see if there's anything that looks like it's worthwhile to grab.
Okay, go ahead and make a academia check.
12.
12. Nothing that you can see that you think is actually worth any value. Nothing that seems relic-y.
All right. So two-parter coming up. First, I'm gonna go heat signatures
Okay.
with my lenses.
As you switch to
And
heat
I'm-
signatures, you see none. It is very actually, you do see one. It is way off in the distance. You see the licking flames coming up from somewhere in the town down below.
Okay. So
And you also at this point, well, maybe not quite at this point. Never mind. Continue.
I'm gonna move.
So this is just a concrete wall of the church. It goes up some 20, no, probably like 30 or 40 feet.
I'm
Oh,
hitting
just-
my MMVs.
MMVs. All right. And I should have created a token for this. I used to have one. Give me 1 second.
For anyone watching, MMV allows me to see through concrete walls and objects.
What's even more surprising is this is a real technology today. The MMV is actually something that is possible with scopes today.
Indeed.
Second. Configure ownership. Well, we can just go straight on. All right. So can you see that?
Nope, but I can
Deselect
refresh.
your character. Actually, you just need to deselect your character.
Oh, alrighty. Little memento.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I need to give it vision.
That makes sense. I'm at 98% loading. How peculiar.
There we are. Yeah, it's stuck at 98% for me for a long time too.
Okay. Well, I did that, and now I'm waiting at 98% for a moment.
So while we wait, if y'all want to look into the screen there, here's what Blue Pumpkin looks like.
Oh, there it is.
That's actually pretty cool looking.
Mm,
Little pumpkins with pills. I love it.
just all in one little capsule.
Brandon, you just let us know once you've loaded.
It's back, but let me deselect my character.
Then you should be able to see the target
Yeah.
inside the church.
Incarnation. What is going on? I don't see it.
Tis a night of technical.
Literally
difficulties.
every player have ownership.
Yeah, that's weird.
of it.
I'm able to see it.
So then,
Yeah.
why don't you go ahead and reload one more time? I'm guessing maybe I changed the settings while you were mid reload, and then it errored out.
Gotcha.
Welcome everybody. Thanks for coming and joining the stream. If you have any questions, we are playing House of Eidolons, a TTRPG that I and Josh up on the far left there created. Yeah, it's available out on Patreon, but if you have any questions, or it's a cyberpunk TTRPG that is in a heist-like sort of game system using D6s as well as a couple D4s and a D20 every once in a while.
You're an edge dice. No, you are.
We are just
Interesting.
waiting for Brandon, who is playing Magnus. Magnus is a stealth-based character, and he has the ability to cybernetic eyes that allow him to have multiple different seeing capabilities, including the ability to see through a singular wall, which is known as MMW, as well as heat signatures, night vision, and the like.
W. Yeah, so I am here. I still cannot see, and also I cannot unselect my character for some peculiar reason. At
Let
this
me-
point.
Restarted the whole browser.
Do you have hardware acceleration going? I don't know what.
How about now, Brandon? Try and just left click on the map somewhere off your character and drag and click, and then see if you can see the radical inside the church. Still no?
That did it. Yep, thank you very much.
Okay. Yep.
That did it.
So now you can move that radical freely, but move it in regard to your character. That generally
Yeah.
speaking, from here, you
I
can
would go
kind of
left, right.
see. Yeah, by in like an arcing sort of capability, but generally you see that there is a Luddite form, so you can see a Luddite sitting on a pew near the head of the church praying.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can tell that there's
So-
other walls near the back, but again, MMW lets you see through a singular wall.
Single layer. So I actually would record. I am up against the building looking inside. There is a Luddite. Do you all have objections against me quietly probing further?
The more information, the better. I say go for it.
All right. I would continue to kind of like move towards
Your
the.
character outside is moving along as well, right? Because I can
Let
continue
me-
to move your character. I'm moving him along. That's fine.
Thank you.
Yep.
I-
So it seems to you, based on where you have moved and what you can see, that essentially the entire sanctuary has a single Luddite in it. You can't see into the back room, but you can determine that for the most part, this main sanctuary area seems to have only a single Luddite.
Right. So I would carefully. I'm gonna go back to my character. I know how to do this now. And get up to the front.
Yep.
Move across the threshold.
Yep.
And this disturbed soil. I've kind of been avoiding it.
This is a mound, so I mean you could go up it,
Yeah.
but essentially it's just like all of this soil moved up. Seems like different bulldozers or something a long time ago mounded up soil or some sort of
Okay.
moving thing.
All right. I would go along here.
Yep.
In an
You
effort
can also
to
climb
kind
it
of-
as well. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to kind of get around the building here, like
Okay.
going on the backside and then past the main sanctuary. I know I'm not moving the reticle right now, but I'll do
Yep,
that.
I'm moving it. Don't worry. No, you don't. Need
You're
to.
the best. Thank you.
When you
Boom.
deselect, you should be able to see inside.
Yeah, I'm figured out the cadence now between the two.
Yeah, no
Um,
problem. So when you look inside, you see that there are two what look like Luddites in priestly uniforms eating a meal in this area. It looks like there's books in this area. It looks like some sort of library / meal room, and these two Luddite priests seem to be eating a evening meal. Yeah.
All right.
By
I
the way,
would-
the church itself is not out of power.
Okay. Good.
The lights are on inside.
Good to know.
So these individuals seem unaware that the power has gone out in the west.
Okay. So I would relay all this information, one in the church proper, two eating a meal directly behind the main
Mhm.
area of sanctitude. Where
The
we're
main
calling it there.
sanctuary. Yep.
Yep, main sanctuary. Boop. Go there. Whoa.
As
Empty
you come
room.
into this room, go ahead and make a machining check.
And do.
Oh, 5.
5. Okay. You just see a room with some sort of old machinery in the corner there, as well as several barrels of what you assume is gasoline.
Can I hear like an engine running or anything like that back there?
You
That's through a
can
wall, I
not
guess.
from yeah, and it's pretty thick concrete.
Okay.
However, you don't see any sort of lights or anything on the machinery. And it doesn't seem to be vibrating either.
Okay. Bam. Whoa.
You peer through this room, and in this room, it looks like there seems to be a back entrance to the church, as well as it looks like a power room. So it looks like the breaker, the old school breaker giving power to the church is found in this back
Okay.
little room.
Wait. What is that? Is this a pipe in front of me?
No, that's like it's almost like a railing to the back. So like you see wires running down there. It's just the outside where the wires run to the breaker from the power plant, running
Okay.
up the hill. That's where it would
Got
connect
it,
in.
got
So
it,
if you
got
needed to do maintenance from the outside, you would go up this little rampart and then work with the breaker inside.
Okay. Continuing to report what I'm seeing. I may have use for this part of the facility if we need darkness. And then
By the way,
down here.
I will just jump real quick to Levi and Lyra and Relic. You guys are about 2/3 the way to the church. You're just starting to climb up the church, and
Yep.
at this point, and I'll say, Riken, you've just started to move off site, moving your way towards the church as well. At this point, you start to hear sirens going off, different police sirens, one to the west, one to the northwest. You also hear a kind of different sort of siren, and a large sort of red, elongated vehicle goes whizzing past Levi and Lyra and Relic, with like weird hosing attached to it. Towards actually, Relic, you recognize this as an
goodness.
old school fire engine. Yes,
Fire
these-
I feel like Levi and Relic would know what it is.
This is incredible.
Yeah. This is like living out, like maybe like when you were a kid, you remember looking in like a little old school children's books about these sort of things, and everybody wanted to be one of these when they were a child.
People really wanted to be a fire truck when they grew up. I don't understand the mechanics.
No.
of it.
They wanted to be a firefighter.
So that one
Promise
seems
you,
to be
be a
heading
fighter.
towards where the fire is blazing in the night sky.
The firefighters are what
Beautiful.
drive the fire truck.
I'll keep going.
Yeah.
Run towards. Okay.
Yeah, you guys keep on moving
Um,
towards, and so does Riken.
Yes. There is a
So in this-
staircase.
It seems to be going down into some sort of cellar for the church.
I'm going to see how sturdy the doors are on this facility.
Good call. I like
Making my
that.
way to this door.
So what do you
How
do?
advanced? How advanced does this door look?
This is what they call a lock and key. No biometrics, no anything else. This looks like it needs a key to fit into the knob of the door.
Well.
So a sleight of hands might do the job. Do you have any small objects?
I have many small objects, like the tips of my claws, even.
Yes, perfect. Okay, perfect. Go ahead and make a sleight of hands to see if you can pick the lock.
Hey. 18.
and with that, you hear a satisfying click noise as you pick the lock, and you think, "Wow, if only every door in life was this easy."
Maybe there's something to this way of life. Wow.
And the door is
is there
now
any
open
kind of-
too.
Is there any kind of like electronics? Right, I don't want like to open it. And it's like
Go ahead and make a machining check.
I know there's wires that go to the back of this area, so
Yeah, machining check.
11.
11. No, it does not seem to be that there is any sort of alarm. This isn't what they would call an emergency exit.
Right.
This just seems to be a back entrance that if you have the key to, you can get inside.
I am entering the building. Open the door.
I think if you is it left click on it?
It
I
was
forget which one it is. There it
working
is.
now. There we go.
Alright.
Just took a
And
second.
you walk into the building.
You
I
know,
would
guys,
like
we
to
should
get-
become Luddites.
Now is
No.
not the time, Bucky.
Go ahead and make a stealth check for me, because now you're
would love
inside
to.
the building, sneaking around.
I would absolutely love to do that. I'm going to keep MMW on so I can
Yeah.
see if individuals are
I have
walking
the-
towards me, but I'm going to stay with
I
my
have the target
character.
in the next.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Heyo. 19.
19. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you are moving
Um,
silently through this space.
You know, interestingly enough, with the quiet killer, I do move silently.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I cannot be heard.
You are very, very quiet. Yeah. Oh gosh, that's such a
Um,
great ability.
It is indeed a great ability. So, what is this thing in front of me? It's like a
Yeah, that's like the breaker. So this is where all the power from the power plant is going to. So you kill this. This is going to kill the power to the church.
I'm gonna ask everyone else as I stand there. I'm in front of the breaker
No.
for the church itself. should I-
No.
What does that mean? No. What does elaborate?
I mean, you told us there's other people in the church. Do you not think that they'll immediately come for the breaker room?
Yes, of course they will. I am hoping so. How did you all think you were going to get into the building?
I mean, I've been tiptoeing. Haven't really set off any red flags.
That is because I made it to where there was no power in the city with Riken.
Are you gonna kill?
You seem to be our master of stealth. I'll defer to you on this one. If you think you can make our ingress a little easier, I'll defer to you for it. Yes, indeed.
It's your idea to lure them to the breaker room so that you can incapacitate them.
Are you gonna kill them?
Yes. No. Not on purpose.
Bucky just needs to let a grenade off. Like, it has to happen.
Lyra keeps asking if he's killing these people. There's something to it.
Well,
Keeps
she
didn't
knows
ask if
Magnus
he was
better than
going
we
to
do.
Kill them. I asked if he was going to incapacitate them. I was clarifying his plan.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And his
I
response was, yes, but I won't kill them on purpose. What more do you want?
have no
Yeah?
desire to kill them any more than you have a desire to step on an ant that crosses the road.
Hmm.
Okay, Grandpa.
So
I am simply asking if you all would like me to remain in place until you get closer, so that I can hit the power and offer you an opportunity to come in the front doors. Or would you like me to progress and see what I can find before you arrive? Which I assume is not too long.
Yeah, how
You
far
said we're
away
about
are we?
2/3 of the way there. What's our time
So,
frame looking
yeah.
like?
We're climbing
Yeah.
the hill.
probably a couple more actions ish of Magnus before you are relatively to where Magnus was when he first arrived at the church. And that goes for Riken and the rest of the team.
I'd say
Reckon-
cut the power. We'll be there soon.
All right.
Sounds good.
Right
Go
in.
ahead, dear.
Your thoughts?
Any sign of the book? Have we seen any? Like
There
while
is a
he was-
pedestal
Okay.
in the primary room, although I don't know that this is where the book will be. There is a staircase that goes down beneath the bunker.
Beautiful.
The book was probably down there, along with any other relics they may have.
This would be my guess. Although, give me a moment. I'm going to keep the power.
Yep.
Choices.
I know. You don't want to just light the fuse right away. Let me get to this MMR real quick. Nothing in that room. Perfect. I am going to select my guy, move towards this door. I'm not cutting off power yet. Let me know when you all arrive on the outskirts, and I can cut the power then. How about that?
Good idea.
As I'm moving to this door, archaic door, locked, unlocked?
Unlocked.
Nope, unlocked. I forgot that there's an actual locked function, so I would know if I couldn't.
Yeah, correct.
So, okay,
At
moving
this point,
here.
you realize that the generator in this room, the machinery over here, is not on.
All right. I am actually. I did alert you all of the fact that I clocked 3 people in the building. I'm gonna make my way to this door. Boom. Oh, wait. What's going on? There it is.
Okay.
This door. I'm carefully.
There's
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the stairs, make sure it's all cool. There's no crazy traps or anything like that.
yeah, not from
you
what
know.
you can tell. It just looks like a stairway leading down into a
Yep,
basement.
I'm gonna crouch down and go down these stairs. Oh,
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
This is
Okay.
a narrative section. As you head down the stairs, it kind of wraps around, and goes down actually a surprising long way.
Oh.
This stops feeling like you're going into the hill. At this point, this feels like you're going into a bunker. And when you arrive at the bottom, you find a massive, round steel door with archaic steel bars crisscrossing. And can you make a machining check?
I can. That is as much as I can get with an 18.
There you go. And double little knobby things with numbers all around them. This looks like a double padlock, heavy duty safe door. Leading to what? Well, with your MMW, you can see through this door into, on the other side of this doorway, seems to be a large row after row of different safe boxes and filing cabinets and all sort of a sundry. And at the very far end, another sort of steel door, but on it is really, really faded Tharson Technologies lettering.
I will. Am I able to transmit this to everyone from where I'm at right now?
No, you can just describe it. People can't actually see through your senses.
Oh, I meant
without
communicate through this level of like concrete and stuff that I'm beneath and all that jazz. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's
Yeah,
it.
you can still EMS. Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
100%.
Yeah, so EMS, I'll tell everybody what I see, and I will come up to the top. You said there's numbers, right? Like
Yeah,
number
just-
padlock, like a
It's,
combination?
It's a dual padlock system, like on big high-tech safes these days, where you have to use
Okay.
both hands to padlock at the same time. This is like as high-tech of a locking system as we got today, but like,
And does it look like it's a
nowadays.
combination system?
yes, it looks like it's a combination lock.
I will let everyone know that, and I will say, this is most exciting. I am returning upstairs to facilitate your entry. If we can be silent, we may be able to get in here without disturbing the ones at the surface at all.
Sounds good to
And
me.
with that, okay, you all should be on the map now.
Everybody's on the map.
And
I
I
got
can
it. So,
move. All right.
Riken, you kind of come up more towards the front of the building, but you also know that your allies are approaching from the southwest.
Yes, the back
And
door
at
is
this point-
unlocked.
At this point, you all can move freely. Just make sure you're communicating where you're moving to me, especially if you decide to enter into the church.
I'm on site, west side of the complex.
By the way, all of you can hear sirens down in the village below. The fire is flickering. It looks like at this point, perhaps one of the grain silos has caught on fire. And if you really squint, you can see like black plumes of smoke coming up. I mean, it's the night sky or whatever, but with the firelight behind it, you can tell lots of smoke. So it seems like the fire truck might be fighting the fire at this point. And there's lots of red and blue lights flickering down near the power station that went offline.
I'm gonna re-roll stealth, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Plus 3. 18.
Okay, perfect. You'll keep the stealth roll for your inside. There's no real reason to roll it outside for right now, but once you
Gotcha.
enter the building, it might be important.
All right. Well, then I'm Magnus, should we head to the back of the church?
Yes, the back door is unlocked.
We will head our way in that direction as well.
Indeed.
Move with
Go ahead and
silence.
freely move. Can I have everybody make an awareness check?
Yeah.
Would love to do that.
Love a good awareness check.
Really clears out the sinuses.
It does. I love the smell of awareness in the morning.
16, I swear, we're gonna roll zeros. When
Well-
we get to combat.
19.
Oh, I know. I mean, I did roll a
22.
5 earlier.
Yeah.
22!
These innocuous
Oh.
things we're
22?
just rolling.
Was that
so
you,
hot.
Lyra?
Yeah, Lyra rolled a
Holy
22.
Shit.
Yeah, I got a
Again.
19.
She just
God,
figured
both
out
of
what it
you.
means to exist.
Just
you
you can hear their souls in the building.
Yeah.
Lyra, I mean, like, for whatever reason, probably your psionics, you're like really well attuned to all the noises going on in the town below. It just makes sense to you. But you hear two very interesting noises in the southeast city area, in a warehouse, and in the northwest, or in the southwest and the northwest sections of the city, in two warehouses. You hear loud, very loud, almost like very, very loud combustion engines begin powering on. And you also see, even in the area where the power's off, you see a warehouse, the lights come on in this warehouse. And that seems to be where the noise is coming from.
I will relay that information to everyone. It seems like they've got some backup generators that they're starting to get power back on.
Interesting. These Luddites are resourceful.
I'm honestly a bit
All right.
surprised.
Bucky, go ahead and make a stealth check.
You will do great. For some reason.
Yeah.
Surprisingly good at using that
Yeah.
armor.
I mean, both of Lyra and Bucky can both apparently hear their hair growing. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the you just have the Swift version of the
Holy
mech suit.
what'd you
Holy
roll
fuck.
this time?
66655. So I'm looking at
Oh.
18, 19,
I think
20.
yeah.
5 in your dexterity is pretty great.
-3, so 28 minus 3.
All right, 25. Yeah. Actually, as Bucky enters, you're not even aware of Bucky entering the building, Magnus. She
In a
is like
fucking mech
Wow.
suit.
in a mech suit. She knows how to like. One thing is very clear to all of you. Bucky is wearing this mech suit like it's a second skin.
Yeah,
It's like there is
yeah.
no difference
Love it.
between her and this mech suit. She has clearly lived in this thing for thousands of hours.
She's louder
Love
without the suit somehow.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah. All right.
Oh.
All right. All right.
All right.
I'll scoot in here.
Relic, go ahead and make a stealth check for me.
Yeah, you know it. You know it. You know it. Okay, 8. A noble 8.
Hey, you know what? You still succeed.
This is giving Relic an unhealthy confidence in his own.
Fuck
Yeah.
The bar's real low. Let's keep
Yeah.
that in mind.
Bucky is
Wow.
literally just
Yeah.
going. Bucky's
Yeah.
literally just gonna appear behind Magnus, and instead of a looming mech suit,
Poof.
all he sees is this 5-foot.
Just the arms in a square shape. Just fucking crab walk that shit.
Yes,
Lyra,
this
are
is
you remaining
impressive.
outside?
No, I am coming in as well. You my stealth
Okay.
roll, I assume.
Yeah, I saw your character still way back out on the
My apologies.
No,
I got
no worries. I just wanted to
distracted.
make sure.
Rolling my
You're
awareness.
good. You're good.
I rolled an 11 for my stealth.
Perfect. Yep. Magnus, as far as you can tell, all of your allies have been able to enter into this building without arousing any suspicion from those on the other side of the wall.
Perfect. Follow me.
Ooh.
Did you just attempt to scare me?
I don't know.
Is this what boo means?
Yeah,
Boo.
but you can
And
also call someone your boo.
I
You
would
all head
rather
down
not.
the stairway, down this winding concrete staircase that feels like a bunker rather than a church staircase, and you arrive at the giant padlocked safe door in the wall.
I think I can crack.
Or I can. Chink. Do you want me to? Chink? I can. Chink.
Lyra's just gonna
What?
carry that shit out with us.
What does this mean? What does
I mean,
chink?
I can. That would very much announce our presence.
I mean, I can. I can. Smash.
You're talking about making noise.
I would recommend against that right now. Let's see if we can take a more subtle
No,
approach
Not in the
with this
belly
door.
of the beast, so to speak.
God, I did not realize my first mission was gonna be with old men. Oh my god. I can try to
I
break
am
the
very
lock.
old.
I think there's technically only one of them.
Break
Yeah,
the
so
lock.
how this door looks is it's a round metal door. It is 4 crisscrossing in kind of tic-tac-toe fashion steel bars, and then at the center are 2 little knobs with numbers around them. Magnus explains to you that this is a combination lock system in which both knobs need to be rotated at the same time in the correct pattern in order to open the lock. Failure to do so, Magnus is fairly certain, will result in either possibly an alarm being sprung or the whole thing being locked down and unable to be actually used,
So
even if you find out the correct lock.
my question with the MMW is, am I able to view the mechanics of the inside of this this lock system as I'm rotating them to break in?
Could also
Yes, you need to make an awareness check because this is pretty fine-tuned MMW. Usually it's seeing
Sick.
through, but yes, go ahead and make an awareness check.
I too can make an awareness check if necessary.
Well, you don't have MMW, do you?
No.
That is
And it won't be
14.
helpful. 14. Vaguely, you're not sure it will be all that helpful in trying to decipher how this lock system needs to do.
I will use it to the best of my ability. Because the way that I see it, if we break this open, there will be potential alarms and such anyway. We may as well give this a shot, correct? Does anyone else think they can crack this?
This is
Definitely
bars and
not.
not a solid wall, right? Like, can we see the book or can we see the shit inside?
I can see what is inside, yes. It is a repository.
No,
He said, are you just trying to
sorry.
see if it's...
I was
It's a
asking
solid
Paul
wall.
the description of the vault because you said you had these crisscross bars, right? What is that? I'm trying to get the visual.
That's the locking mechanisms, right?
Yeah, so if you ever looked at like a huge safe door,
Yeah.
usually there's metal
Double.
bars on the outsides reinforcing
Oh, gotcha.
the locking mechanism.
Got it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so you need to do the double lock thing,
Mhm.
and then that releases the giant bars. But
This
failure
is a
to do
vault
so, we're
door,
trying.
essentially.
Yeah,
right?
this is a vault. This is like a
Yeah.
high tech. Think of a high tech normal day security vault for a bank safe. This is what this
Yeah.
is.
I am going to attempt to crack this safe. Unless you all wish to do anything else.
Can't help
I
you.
This
there.
is going to require a machining check.
Perfect.
I've only got 3 days.
Old school cracking of safes is around listening to the
Got it.
corresponding mechanisms within.
I'll
So I'm using
watch
machining?
the door, and I'll ready myself in case anyone comes down.
Okay.
Machining?
Yes, machining.
Okay.
That is a 12. I'm gonna use my capstone. Unless
Alright.
I don't need to.
Yeah, you can feel free to use your capstone.
I'm going to. It's a 19.
With the capstone, or
With
the
the
capstone
capstone.
rolled a 19.
Our
Okay,
capstone was a 19. Yeah.
Okay. You get through 3 clicks on both sides of the mechanism. You're going to need to make a final machining check.
Cool.
For the last
19.
mechanism.
3, 4, 5. So that's is a 31 on the first one. Sorry, with the capstone.
Oh, with the so the capstone rolled a 19.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
my apologies. Yeah, it was a 19
Yes.
plus my 12.
And with that, you unlock the safe door. Click, 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 click. And the giant padlock door swings open. No
Well
alarm.
done,
no
darling.
anything.
Yes, of course. All right.
As that opens up, I look around and assume it's all taken care of. I'm going to go back up the staircase and keep watch outside of the building.
Okay.
Even to the point where if I have to go to the roof just to see anything incoming and or
Sure.
coming or going. So
Are you going to the roof, or are you just gonna kind of poach outside and kind of take a look, gander at the city?
we'll go up to the roof. We'll go outside
Okay.
and then scale.
So you go up to the rooftop. It still looks like the city is fighting the fire. You do, however, see that there are what look like sort of it's. Well, why don't you make an awareness check for me?
Oh my god, that's not good. 8. I rolled 2 1s.
Okay. Yeah, it happens.
Fucking snake
Okay,
eyes.
so they are fighting the fire. Different cars are driving around, mostly with kind of red and blue lights, mostly towards the power station as they work to get it on. And that's about what you see. The rest of you are staying down below.
Yes.
I'll keep MMW and look. Can I see through the floor? Does that count? If people are moving? Oh no, it's way high up, right? Never
Oh
mind.
yeah. No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
see
yeah,
that,
never mind, never mind,
not
never mind.
much through things. Yeah.
Yeah.
There is the door at the back of the room, though. If you want to peer through that.
I would. That was the most intriguing thing about this room when I looked at that.
So the four of you enter into the room. It actually gets a little bit tight for you, Bucky, in your power armor as you go back there, but you're able to squeeze through this sort of tight concrete hallway that then leads into a room full of filing cabinets and like miniature safes, combination lock safes inside. Rather dusty in here. It's not accessed a whole ton. Otherwise, there's not a heck of a lot to give away what any of this all is. And the four of you do see at the far back end of the room is a metal door, again with just a knob handle that says Tharson Technologies on it, though it's mostly scraped away, but it's evident that that's what the door said. Magnus, you look through the door and you see that there's further stairways headed down past the doorway.
Everyone, this goes even deeper. But also, I would like to see what is in these safes.
I agree. There could be very interesting things in here. I'd be curious to see what's inside some of them.
I will have a glance. Can I see inside the
There are
safe?
more people further down.
Yeah,
Very-
there's like 6 or 7 like old school kind of portable safes in this room. Are you trying to look through all of them in turn, or what? How would you like to approach this?
So can MMW see in the safe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, does it look like there's anything crazy, or is it just like papers, or?
Most of them appear to be containing documents.
I mean,
Hey,
documents can still be relics. I'm saying.
Yes, no, you are correct. Why
I mean, we're
why
looking
don't
for
you
a
attempt to
particular
open some
document as
safes?
it is.
Do you want me to open the safes?
You say that as though you only know one way to open the safes.
Yeah.
All right, never mind. You all... I will look at 2 of these safes while we are working our way forward and surveying the situation.
Not
Are
one,
there-
not
are there
3,
any ones-
2.
Are there any alarms on these safes, darling?
I'm sorry?
Are there any more alarms on these particular safes?
Unsure.
That will
Not that I
require a
can
machining
see.
check.
Intelligence isn't bad. I'll do a little machining check.
10.
I'll do a little machining check. 8.
8. Neither of you are sure if these safes
Do you
Are-
want me to check?
are hooked up. I mean,
I do not
Anyway.
know what your capabilities are. You just tell me you smash things.
I do.
If you
smash
believe you could
things.
succeed at looking for alarms on safes, then I think you should contribute in that way.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
18. Bucky, based on how these safes are arranged in the room, it is very unlikely that any of these safes are connected up to a security system.
There's no security system. I mean, we can snatch and go. Like,
I'm surprised you did not speak up at the opportunity to take a look at a more complex contraption when I was opening the main door.
listen, this is my first time. I'm still learning.
Well, we
Relic,
don't know
what are
what
you
you
doing?
can do, sweetheart. So
I
speak
am
up.
I am waiting for someone to open these safes so
Okay.
I can see these documents. I am
There's
excited
also
for
there's
these
also
documents.
many file cabinets all around as well.
So I'll start looking through these file cabinets for sure.
All right, go ahead and make an academia check.
Okie dokie.
Make sure you check them for traps, bro.
Yeah.
Is it-
I'm dead. They're all
He's just
poisoned.
rubbing paper on his face, smelling the
They
moldy.
they haven't alarmed the safes, but the filing cabinets.
The
Now,
filing cabinets.
they have.
That's-
Yeah,
for
this
That's
sure.
where they get you.
yeah. A 16 total for me.
The true
16.
wealth.
And Connor, as you go through, you find some documents.
Yep.
These are quite interesting. This actually is one of them seems to be a dispute between a fringe religion before Humphregian, a series of letters between different high-ranking priests and this sort of thing within the Humphregian order, and this other fringe religion as claiming, divine authority and whatever. Now, this seems like to the Humphregians, this is just arbitrary going back and forth, but you're like, this might actually be something that is quite valuable.
This is curious. Yes, I will take those documents
Perfect.
for sure.
Riken, there is another stairwell that goes further down. Would you be interested in joining us, and maybe we close this door behind us so there is no traces of our presence?
With that, I'll start moving forward. I'm on my way down. There doesn't seem to be. I'll take one last look over the city, see if there's anything moving our way.
From what you can tell, there is not.
Seems clear. They're all moving to the fire. And then with that, I'll move back in with the group.
Okay, one moment. Okay. So to Lyra and Bucky, how would you guys like to open up the safes?
I
What's
don't.
I'm sorry,
Go
go
ahead,
ahead,
Cal.
Lyra.
Oh, Lyra. So what? Are they like combination lock safes? The same kind of thing?
Yeah,
She
but
will-
not nearly as complicated. Think of like those kind of waist high, heavy cast iron combination,
Yeah.
single combination lock, kind of personal safes. Those sort of safes.
She has ears for days. Apparently, can she use like her awareness to like ear up to the thing, listen for the little clicks?
Yes, she'll need to make a machining check.
Okay. will do
But you can certainly try to improve that with a awareness check.
Machining check is 7.
Okay, and go ahead and make
for
an
the
awareness
machining
check.
18 for awareness.
18. It is taking quite some time. You think to yourself, like, it's actually pretty impressive what your husband just did. You're like, you think it's clicking, but then it doesn't seem right, and then it seems like it resets. So then you have to like go over. So you're messing around with this safe. Bucky,
go
how about
ahead.
you?
I'll go ahead. While she's working on one, I'll work on another.
Okay.
I'll do a machining first, and then I'll do awareness.
Go ahead and make the machining check.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 for machining. And then...
This one clicks open. Go ahead and roll a D8. Do you have a D8?
Yeah, I should. Hold on. I rarely use it.
In that
D8?
house? In that house? I would hope so.
Yeah, we rarely use it in this game, but every once in a while.
Yeah, okay. I got an 8.
Jeez, rolling
All right.
so hot tonight.
Cal, you
Perfect.
open it up, and there in front of you is the Book of Humphrey.
Oh,
Except this one does not look as polished as the one that Riken had showed you via the overlay. This one looks like it has a collection of random different colored pages and writings and sprawlings all kind of put together into a kind of bound book.
I'm gonna turn around and assume that Relic is in the same room as me and just like hold it up and be like, "It's a book of
Relic.
Humphrey."
Yes.
Academia check.
Gladly. Alright. It is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Great. Kel, sleight of hands check.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Actually, no, that's still 5. That's not bad.
Up, you good?
Yeah, you have a dex of 5.
Yeah, you should be fine.
5, 9,
Nimbly bimbly in her mech suit over here.
12, 13, 14,
Yeah,
15,
mech arms
16,
gently
17.
grabbing
Yeah.
Jeez,
Okay.
yeah,
the
right.
book.
Like a surgeon
Yes,
with a robot.
Relic, you realize that she is holding the original manuscript, the Book of Humphrey, and luckily, in her giant mech suit, she is not squeezing too tight that would damage this.
Oh! Be very careful. That is a priceless relic. I will grab the box that I have.
Are you sure?
Very gently, and I mean gently. Put it
I'm
down
not breathing.
in here. You
I'm
please
not
just
breathing.
gently.
Please take it.
You both remain calm.
Okay.
And it's in.
Oh,
Oh my god, I'm processed.
remarkable. That is
And with
truly
that-
incredible.
Riken, you arrive as you see like Relic wide-eyed holding the box, and Bucky like just all the blood ran out of her face in her
Yes,
giant
we have
mech suit.
completed the mission.
Hold on. So I walk in
about-
the room. I'm just like,
What about other? Do we? There's a.
Don't
There's
scream,
other.
child.
There's other things that I could open. Should I open them?
I mean, I think that
Be
the more we
swift.
bring back, the better. But yes, be quick. Time is of the
We
essence.
have execute. We should not get greedy. Look at
Right,
one
let-
more, and maybe we go.
Mhm.
Magnus
One
and
more.
Riken, are you guys headed through the Tharson Technologies door? Or are you good now?
No.
let's go.
You're going?
Let's go.
Riken, why should we move forward through this door?
Oh,
we have
oh.
what we came through.
I suppose. So the chance at Relic's history, technology, might be worth the time. We're not in a rush. No one knows we're here. I saw no one coming into the direction of the church. If we make it quick, I don't feel like it'll be a problem.
I do not wish to poke a nest. Maybe we observe, and if it is too much, we leave. We have got what we came for.
While you guys figure that out, I'm gonna do another save.
So, as you roll for that safe, Bucky, Riken, and Magnus, are you going? Does that mean you're going through the door just to take a peek, or are you staying here?
I will peek with you.
Just crack the door.
But first, we look at the door for
Hmm.
alarms.
I'll go ahead and let you know there's no alarm on the door based on the machining that's taking place. It seems like everything past that safe door has been isolated, is not attached.
It was just
The door
arson
is,
tech,
however,
so-
locked, so it will require a sleight of hand like you did the back of the church door to open up
Like-
this door.
What are you at?
I can attempt to do this. My sleight of hand is pretty high.
Go for it. It's all you then.
You get a +5 if you have Swiss fingers, by the way.
Yeah. Just stab me in the heart, why don't you?
I would have more luck
Oh,
just
okay, my bad. I've ever told
The
you that
most
Swiss
a-
fingers is really good for this sort of
The
thing.
most agonizing choice I've ever had to make in this game, including blowing up my own character.
is to not choose
Not
Swiss
take
fingers.
Swiss fingers,
My
right,
God.
right.
For those who are
It's coming,
watching,
don't worry.
perhaps the best cybernetic is Swiss fingers. It's just a multi-tool in your fingers that you can pop out little tools to play
it's a
around with. It's
15.
very useful.
I'll post a
15.
picture here in a second.
You unlock the door.
While they're doing that, I got a
you go,
16
folks.
for the safe.
16. You popped the second safe. Go ahead and make an academia check.
Okay. 6, 11, 14, 15.
15. This is not a religious relic, but you're pretty sure that this book is in a very old novel. Definitely
Ooh,
a
Agatha
collector's item, and
But
that will probably get you some money. It is by the title of Moby Dick.
Bum, bum, bum.
So for Riken,
Yeah.
what you would see, because I haven't actually described much, is that my two, we'll say pointer fingers in this case, would open up, kind of like that, and then it would retreat backward and like snugly go onto the kind of like hilt of my finger, and from that void, a sharp, sheer claw, like pointed edge would come out, and that's what I would do that with. And then when it was done, it would kind of retreat in, and everything would come back forward. So
Hey,
there you
you
go.
can see through into that room. You know, there's no people in there. And
Not currently. It is a stairwell that continues down into the mountain
That's right.
or mound.
And the door is now open.
Suppose we
Yep.
take a peek.
Well, I mean,
And you head on down.
Lyra, are you looking at safes or continuing forward?
Been up here looking at safes, but I'm not really doing much good. Would I be better moving on with you two?
Stay
Relic
close.
and I can
Remains
stay
to be
here.
seen. We'll let y'all know, I suppose. In case things go sideways, we don't know what we're walking into.
Relic
you can
is
bridge the
knee
gap
deep in
between the two groups,
filing.
Lyra. How do you feel?
Fine by me.
We'll keep an eye on things up here. Open more safes. There's more in here.
This is like a relic. Relic's like, oh my gosh, look at all
Are
these
you-
priceless
This is
novels.
incredible.
Relic, are you going through the filing cabinet still?
I feel like we already. I mean, I could look through more, but I think we
Okay,
found the
okay.
salient thing. So I'm just waiting for you to
Um,
open more safes.
I'll do another safe.
While you're doing that other safe, you can go ahead and roll. We're gonna jump over to Riken and Magnus. You start heading down. The cement stairs give way to kind of scaffolding metal stairs leading down. The concrete gives way to large metal bunker-like walls with strange hydraulic pump systems installed, pressed against different walls at different angles. And you arrive at a final metal door. This one does not seem locked.
Hey.
Looking through it, Magnus, it leads into a large cylinder room, quite large, where there only
bunker
seems to be
proper.
a rampart sort of ledge that this section leads out onto.
This is interesting. We must be careful moving forward.
I guess we'll move forward and check the door and move in if there's no issue.
As you press through the doorway,
Just enough
you
to
move
get
your
in.
way. Yeah.
Not
You
a
move your
full
way
on.
onto. It's almost pitch black in here, so it's very hard for you to see Riken. I'm assuming, Magnus, you switched to night vision.
I was about to say it, but I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah. You walk to the ledge, and this is a large cylinder tube leading down. And when you peer over the edge, you
Missile
see the
silo.
domed.
Silo.
You see a domed surface of an atomic warhead with Tharson Technologies printed on it.
We have a problem, folks.
There is an
Right.
atomic weapon down here.
And you all hear this.
Those are illegal.
We should be reporting this.
We can leave and report this.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, hold on. Let me just. I am hands deep in this one safe. Let me just open the safe and then we can leave.
Can I go ahead and have everybody make a cognition check? Actually, no, I take that back.
Ooh.
Anybody can make a civics check for me. And specifically, Magnus, I need you to make me an extra awareness check.
Okay. So civics first, then awareness, right?
For you, yes. So civics for anybody else who wants to make it.
15 on
civics.
I can
16.
try.
14.
I can. Yeah. I'll
11
try.
on civics and awareness.
8 on my civics.
I got a
Okay.
9.
18 on awareness.
Magnus, Relic and Riken, this is an atomic weapon.
Mm-hmm.
They have all been dismantled, which means likely this was an unrecorded Tharson technology nuclear warhead. The weight of what this is, I mean, like, this is, yeah. This atomic warhead could likely take out a good portion of New York City, and we're talking New York City that stretches down the East Coast.
It's in
I mean, this is
bad
extremely powerful nuclear warhead. Magnus,
want to tell someone?
you
about
notice
it?
that there's also something spray painted on the top of this warhead, and it says, "The Redemption of Humphrey."
Fucking knew it.
And then in
You love
smaller
that. Look
text
at
underneath
this.
it, "The right hand of God."
Right.
As we see this and realize what this is, I'm going to start recording images I can do that through the EMS, right? I can just take pictures of shit like a phone.
Yeah, you'll need to purchase a sync sim and a sync recorder eventually to get it out there. But yeah, you can start taking kind of EMS snippets.
Yeah, I just want something I can bring back to Autumn's End, something to record it.
Mm-hmm.
So
I do have a Cyber Oculus cybernetics, so I can take pictures and video as
yeah.
well.
Oh,
Lyra,
yes.
Lyra,
Nice.
I'm,
Nice.
Lyra,
We are-
yes, I'm
Look at
Oculus.
that.
get it.
we are both equipped for this type of work.
Perfect.
Next to the Swiss fingers, the Cyber Oculus, baby. That's number 2.
I don't think
debated
I've had a
really
build without
hard
it until
between
now.
the two, but I went with the Cyber Oculus at first.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I
have
almost
my
have
eyes
the
on a
spatial
different
senses,
hand.
but, yeah.
So she'll
Well-
make her way that way.
It's a relic of sorts, not the one you were expecting.
As we're looking, can we look around for any documents, paperwork, fucking launch key, code box, the football, like what's around
Yeah,
us?
there's a ladder leading down from your rampart to another rampart further down, almost along the side. It's about 40 feet down. You could leap down, no problem.
I'm just gonna
there-
walk over the edge and just start heading down.
Yeah, you walk down the wall. There is a box that looks like a launch control system. It looks like it needs double keys. There is a single key inserted, but not another one.
I will take all of it.
No. I
What?
mean, this is like mounted to the rampart.
the
It's
key.
actually quite large.
Oh well, I meant like the key and the documents or whatever else would be that, right?
Oh, there is no document.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, then I'll take the key. If there anything I can take away from this, I will.
All right, you pull out the key. You also notice at this point that the arms holding in the missile actually have a lot of welder damage to them, but seemingly not cut, which would allude to perhaps the Luddites lack the second key required to actually launch this missile, and they were finding ways to detach it manually.
So it seems to me as though this is not something they're doing right now. We share the information when we leave.
Yes, we need to
Agreed.
bring it back to Autumn's End. ramifications of this.
Yes.
There are. It's undescribable. Can Lyra see the welding damage with her eyes from up there?
Mhm.
Okay. Lyra, if you'd be so kind to record everything, we need proof.
And I'm assuming, Lyra,
Absolutely.
you came down the stairs once they said
Yep.
nuclear warhead? Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
Lyra,
she'll
do you
come
want to go
down.
ahead and make an awareness check?
I would love to do that. $19.
19. Lyra, you see way at the bottom, really hard to see, but you actually notice that there is a skeletal form at the bottom of the silo, like somebody who perhaps fell.
How deep is it?
I will relay that.
I mean, hundreds of feet.
Hmm.
I mean, this is a very large
Oh, yeah, I
nuclear
figured.
warhead.
If it's an entire coastal side, bigger than
Yeah.
anything that's been launched today.
Lyra,
10
you
force
also
traps, I recall.
notice, Lyra, in actually, can you make a civics check for me real quick?
That's 3.
Intelligence based, yep.
Yeah, 3 intelligence. 15. 2 6s and a 3.
Lyra, you notice that on the side of the missile, there's actually quite a lot of print about EMS technology. Which means this nuclear warhead is not
Fusion.
only a nuclear warhead, it's also a massive EMS delivery system. So it would not only knock out physical infrastructure, possibly much larger than the actual explosion would be an EMP wave.
Relay all of this information.
Relic
Yes,
and Bucky, can you both make a awareness check?
I would love to. Awareness checks are my favorite.
Yes.
Let us depart.
Let's see
Wait,
here.
I have
that
one more
is-
safe that I have to do because I rolled for a safe, by the way.
Yes. What did you roll for the safe?
17.
17. All right. Can you go ahead and make an academia check for me?
Yes.
Side
I'll do
note
that
for
real
all
quick.
you players, I did not tell anybody I found a key.
11.
Okay,
I got
fine.
an 11 academia.
Classic.
11.
John.
This one.
I know, right?
this one you open up and you find some stuff, but you're like, I don't think this is of any actual value.
Okay. All right. Relic, if you want to look in this safe, by all means.
Ooh, I'd be happy to.
Okay. I'm gonna make
And
my
then
awareness check.
my awareness check was 13,
Yeah.
and my academia check is actually sort of decent because I've got a +2, so that's 15.
My awareness was 14.
15. Relic, inside the vault, it just seems to be several extra copies of the Book of Humphrey, just reprints of it, some sort of notes and stuff. Nothing that you actually think would be considered valuable to the client.
I will take a couple of the because they're fairly pamphletty, just because
Yeah.
it was a little difficult to find a good copy of it.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll grab those copies.
Certainly for
I
the
guess.
Library of St. Edmunds. I mean,
Yes.
it might be.
I mean,
worth
our scholarship we'll do it a
Yeah.
lot better justice than those fools.
You
in
should
Saint
also
Germain.
send one to St. Gerard's.
Yeah.
Well, those guys.
No
No one
anyways.
deserves to be bereft of knowledge, correct?
They'd probably eat it. No.
And as you grab it, you hear the loud rumble of a gas engine up above, as well as you do, Bucky. And that is where we will call tonight's session.
Ooh,
Thank you all for
yeah.
joining. I know tomorrow is a
Oh,
holiday,
oh.
but I think this is a great place to end. You guys actually got much further than I thought you would. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Maybe we just share our vibes. How did y'all
Yeah,
feel
let's
about
do,
Mission 1?
Yeah, it was great.
Lovely.
It was great.
It was lovely. It was really fun getting to meet new characters from awesome people. That was really cool.
Agreed.
Yeah, it was a good one. We all started a little slow because we're like, wait, this is fun. We've been doing this for a while.
Yeah. It
but
was.
I I didn't realize this, but I really enjoyed all of like the typical roles you guys don't do a lot, like
Yeah.
civics and bushcraft and
Yeah.
streetwise. It was very fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It
all
definitely
there.
gives that
And-
feel that like this is not House of Odin. This is very like like a very
Mhm.
cerebral house and a cerebral mission. It's very
Mhm.
cool.
And I really do have to call this out. Somehow we've tiptoed a fucking Gundam into the church.
Yeah,
So
that is
fuck
impressive.
you.
Boggling my mind right now.
That is
Lucky
that
knows
is
her way around a heavy mech suit.
yeah,
Just
that is
so
no
surprising.
joke. Kel, this just means you have to play Warframe.
Oh my
yeah,
god. Okay.
yeah.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us. That is mission 1, session 1 of our season 2 of House of Eidolons. Thank you all for joining us. We will be attempting to air the follow-up to this 2 Sundays from now.
Yep.
So that will be Sunday the 15th,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yes.
I'll
Yes,
actually be for that one. I'll actually be doing that from a hotel room in New York City that I have to travel to for a thing for work. But so I might not have. I'll have my little camera. I might not have my nice mic. So it might be a little shoddy on my end. But yeah, we'll wrap up there, and then it might be about a 3-week hiatus after that before we'll get on to mission 2. But thank you so much for joining us, all those who did. We really appreciate you. If you have any questions about House of Eidolons or what we're playing and how this all goes, we have a Discord channel, and you can reach out to me or Josh, the authors of this book. Thank you to all of our players. We appreciate you all. Good
Appreciate it,
night.
folks. Have a good
Thank
night.
you, everyone.
Hey guys.